Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Glover, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning I appear with Ms Spees. Today you will hear from senior emergency management officials from the states of Queensland and Western Australia and the Northern Territory. First up will be Queensland, but before doing so, I should tender the relevant documents for today's witnesses. There are 3 tenders. The first is for intended exhibits 23.7 to 23.9 of the further amended tender list as notified to the parties with leave to appear. Intended exhibit 23.7 relates to Queensland Fire and Emergency Services. Intended exhibit 23.8 relates to the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, Western Australia. And intended exhibit 23.9 relates to Northern Territory Police, Fire and Emergency Services.
Okay, we will take those tendered as exhibits as marked. Thank you.
Thank you. The second tender is a tender of intended exhibit 25.22 on the supplementary tender list as notified to the parties with leave to appear. These documents concern the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, Western Australia.
So I've got 25.23 for those. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner. Apologies.
No, that's okay. So I've got 25.23.
So that's tendered.
We'll take that as exhibits as marked.
Thank you. The third tender relates to the documents in the further amended tender list for the states and territories, Queensland, Western Australia and the Northern Territory. Those are documents 25.1 to 25.22. Those documents, intended exhibits 25.1 to 25.4 relate to Queensland. Intended exhibits 25.5 to 25.13 relate to Western Australia. And intended exhibits 25.14 to 25.22 relate to the Northern Territory.
Okay, we'll take those as exhibits as marked as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, you will now hear from the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services Commissioner in relation to the scenarios, and I call Commissioner Greg Leach.
Good morning.
Commissioner Leach, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Commissioner Leach will take an oath.
Thank you.
Commissioner Leach, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Leach, thank you for Queensland's response to the scenario and the questions the Commission posed, and also for your witness statement dated 13 July 2020. Can I just confirm the contents of your witness statement are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are. Thank you.
Thank you. I expect we could speak easily about the scenario response and the matters in your statement for the whole day, but since we have limited time, I will attempt to focus my questions on some particular aspects of those documents with a view to understanding Queensland's emergency management framework, particularly as it operates with respect to interstate, international and Commonwealth assistance. Just before we do that, Commissioner Leach, would you please describe for the benefit of the Commissioners the effects of the bushfires on the state of Queensland in the last bushfire season?
Thank you. So the last 2 bushfire seasons in Queensland have been at the upper end of the scale of bushfire seasons for Queensland. Last year's season commenced earlier than normal. So bushfire season traditionally runs from August through to December. Last year there was some fire activity that commenced in July, and that was due to the drier than normal conditions that Queensland had experienced. The parts of Queensland had experienced several years of drought, and that had an effect on drying out the soil and the fuels right across Queensland, and so subsequently the Operation Coolburn period, which is the period leading into the summer season or bushfire season, where we undertake hazard mitigation burns, we had to cut those activities short because the fuels had dried to a point where fires were becoming uncontrolled. And then we moved into dealing with uncontrolled fires in the environment in July. That continued right through until December. And in fact, it was around New Year's Day when the weather patterns changed in Queensland to an extent where the risk had abated.
Thank you. Obviously, the scenarios themselves look to the future, but I'm conscious that bushfires are not the only natural disaster Queensland may face. So please feel free to answer the following questions with respect to other natural disasters that Queensland faces, particularly tropical cyclones and floods. You said in your answer just then that you experienced, or Queensland experienced, an earlier than usual bushfire season last year. Does the Bureau of Meteorology's seasonal outlook inform Queensland's assessment of the situation in particular regions or areas?
Yes, it does. So the bushfire, the seasonal outlook is a key document as part of our planning processes, and so as an organisation we look forward to the release of that to give us a prognosis. Obviously we monitor what's happening climatically anyway, but that's a reinforcement of what we think the season is going to look like. That prognosis was released in the last couple of weeks, and in fact myself and a representative from the Bureau of Meteorology briefed the Queensland Government Cabinet on that outlook last week. The government obviously takes that as a serious overview of what the season's going to look like.
Thank you. I'll just have that document brought up, please, operator. It's RCN.900.065.007. Can you highlight the Queensland portions, please? Enlarge the Queensland portions, please. Thank you. There's a slight delay. Hopefully you can see that, Commissioner Leach.
I can, thank you.
And this is the seasonal outlook you were just referring to, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so it seems that there has been above average rainfall, and so a normal fire potential is anticipated, but we see in the right-hand column in that final paragraph, however, if the projected above average rainfall does not eventuate in the coming months, forested areas may become readily available due to the long-term underlying dryness. Just explain to us what type of issues that presents for the state of Queensland in relation to preparedness for the upcoming season.
Yes, so if you compared this year's document with last year, you'll see for the state of Queensland it does predict a normal bushfire season, and that's because we've had some average rainfall across much of Queensland so far this year, with the exception of the Cape. And that's not unusual. They'll receive their rainfall when the wet season comes in. And what we've got across Queensland this year with the rainfall we've had, and of course we had flooding that occurred in far north Queensland back in January, and those floodwaters progressively made their way south through central Queensland, and what that has done has brought on significant grassland growth across much of central and western Queensland for this year. So the predominant risk that we face this year is for fast-running grass fires. Now, as the forecast says there, though, in the event that those average rainfall that we've experienced should suddenly reduce, then what that could mean is that the underlying soil moisture dryness could increase, which then brings forested fuels, heavier fuel types, to a state where they're drier and could support bushfires. So we'll monitor the rainfall over the coming months very closely.
Thank you. Just before diving into the scenarios and the intricacies of cross-jurisdictional resource sharing, I thought I would just ask you about your background before you commenced as Commissioner of QFES in December last year.
Yes, thank you. So I commenced in the role as Commissioner of Queensland Fire and Emergency Services on the 2nd of December last year. Prior to that, my career has been in the emergency services in Victoria. So I've had 34 years in a number of emergency services, and prior to that, 8 years as a volunteer firefighter in Victoria. So my background as a career emergency service person was 21 years with Country Fire Authority in Victoria. Then I had nearly 8 years with Ambulance Victoria in senior executive roles. And my last 5 years in Victoria was with the Melbourne Metropolitan Fire Brigade, where I held senior operational roles there prior to coming to Queensland.
Thank you. And just in relation to the role with the Metropolitan Fire Brigade in Melbourne, does that mean you were a member of the COSC committee that we've heard about previously?
I was in my last 12 months. So my role at Metropolitan Fire Brigade was as a Deputy Chief Officer, but my last 12 months I had a number of stints as Acting Chief Officer and Chief Executive Officer. So in the role as Acting Chief Officer, I was a member of COSC and a number of AFAC committees, yes.
Thank you. And as the Commissioner of QFES, you're also, or you remain on COSC in that role as well.
That's correct, yes.
So I'll return a little later to the issue of COSC and the NRSC in relation to resource sharing. The other sort of preliminary matter I'd just like to discuss with you is to essentially situate QFES into Queensland's broader emergency management framework. So, operator, can you please show document RCN.900.052.0014? Thank you. Now, can you please zoom in or enlarge the view of the red boxes in the middle of the diagram, please? Thank you. So, Commissioner Leach, hopefully you can see that okay on your screen.
I can, thank you. I actually have a copy of that in front of me.
Oh, excellent, thank you. So here we see at the top of the page, the first red box is response. So this is obviously the response phase we're dealing with. Then I thought,
yes,
if we start from there and work our way down one at a time, can you please explain the roles under the headings we see there? So starting first with local, please.
Yes. So what we're looking at there, the structure chart outlines the disaster management arrangements in Queensland as set down under the Disaster Management Act. And what we're looking at the moment is the response phase. So the Queensland arrangements pick up the prevention, preparedness, response and recovery phases. In the response phase we're looking at the moment, Queensland operates a three-tiered emergency or disaster management model, being local, district and state. And the Queensland model has local government at the front and centre of disaster management hazard and risk identification and planning. There's a local disaster management group which is facilitated by local government, and it has key representatives of emergency services agencies, local government, utilities, and other community groups from that local area involved in the planning for disaster management. And then if you move up to the district level, the same thing is replicated there, but on a wider geographic footprint. So a district disaster management group will incorporate a number of local disaster management groups, and then onward up to the state disaster coordination group. And each of those three tiers, as you go up, takes a more strategic outlook. So at state level, obviously, they're concerned with disaster coordination across the state of Queensland.
Thank you. And so I think, but please correct me if I'm wrong, there are 71 local disaster management groups in Queensland, and there are 22 district disaster management groups. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And just for the Commissioner's assistance, these groups are not ad hoc or words on this diagram. In the case of the LDMGs, they are required by legislation. That's Queensland's Disaster Management Act 2003. And in the case of the DDMGs, by the subordinate legislation, the Disaster Management Regulation 2014. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. They're legislated as part of the state's disaster management arrangements, yes.
Thank you. Just in relation to the state disaster I'll start with the apologies. I'll start that again. Just with the state disaster coordination group, is that an operational group or is it a policy group?
It's at the state level, so it's obviously more strategic. So it's more of a policy group, but it does play a strategic operational role when there were disasters or emergencies occurring across Queensland.
And so then if we move down below that group, we see the State Disaster Coordinator. Can you just please explain what that role involves?
So the disaster management arrangements place responsibilities on the Queensland Police Service to play the coordination role for disaster management, and that's at local, district and state. And so the State Disaster Coordinator under the arrangements is a Deputy Commissioner of Queensland Police, and Queensland Fire and Emergency Services plays a support role in the administration of those arrangements, if you like. So Queensland Fire and Emergency Service manages the State Disaster Coordination Centre in support of the state arrangements.
Thank you. We've sort of been talking at a general multi-agency level, but does that arrangement track through to your organisation, QFES, as well?
Yes, it does. So QFES also runs a tri-level arrangement in that mirrors these arrangements. So at a local level, we will operate incident control centres. So in the event of a bushfire occurring in a local area, the response to that will be managed by an incident management team located in an incident control centre. And that incident management team would work closely with the local disaster management group in the response phase and recovery from that local emergency. So the incident controller can tap into local government, utilities, community groups that are affiliated with the local disaster management group. So it's local people leading the local response to that emergency.
Thank you. Just before we leave this diagram, operator, can you please go over to the left-hand side of the page and zoom in on the blue box, please, in the middle of the left-hand side of the page. Can you zoom a little bit further out, please? No. Enlarge more of that side of the page, please. Thank you. So we see there the Queensland Inspector General of Emergency Management. Something that interested me is in this diagram, rather than placing the Inspector General at the end of an emergency management framework, Queensland's placed it at the start, or if you read the document from the left to right, under the heading Assurance. So can you please explain your perspective on the role of the Queensland IGEM in Queensland's emergency management framework?
Yes, the Inspector General of Emergency Management has legislation supporting the office, and the role of the Inspector General has a remit right across the prevention, preparedness, response and recovery phases of an emergency. And the Inspector General can review and inquire into any of those elements, and certainly does, particularly around prevention and preparedness and mitigation activities, and what various agencies are doing in relation to hazard mitigation across the state of Queensland to prevent disasters occurring in the first place, and also has a role from an insurance point of view around looking at the response to any emergencies and what lessons can be learned out of that can be then fed back into our doctrine and our processes to improve the way we deliver our services.
And we heard, the Commission's heard evidence from Inspector General Dawson previously, and his evidence included references to his reports and his predecessors' reports in relation to Cyclone Debbie, the bushfires in 2018 and the bushfires in 2019, as well as the monsoonal event. I just wanted to ask, does QFES or has QFES been able to use those lessons learned in preparing for upcoming natural disaster seasons?
We have. So all of those reports that you mentioned, QFES takes those reports very seriously, and the recommendations out of those reports have been taken on board by the organisation, and we have a series of actions that we're working through to implement those recommendations. Some of those are complete, others are works in progress, because some of them require doctrinal change, and some of those things can take time, but they're all a work in progress. We view those as a really important part of assurance that we're delivering the best level of service that we can to the community, and we also watch very closely the outcomes of reports from other jurisdictions. For example, just in the last week, the South Australian Bushfire Review report has been released. We've obtained copies of that. We'll look at that very closely to see if there's any lessons out of the South Australian fires that we should take on board here in Queensland.
Do you do that looking across other jurisdictions in any systematic way, or is it just a matter of when you become aware of the release of a review in another jurisdiction, you pick it up and try to take lessons learned away?
We certainly work through our AFAC networks to monitor what's happening in other jurisdictions. We do try and put a formalised process in place. So we will form working groups or committees within QFES if we need to, in order to look at those recommendations, or we'll benchmark the recommendations from other jurisdictions against the work that we're already doing through the work that we have to do through our IGEM's reviews and reports.
And just in relation to the IGEM's reviews, they are very disaster specific, so to speak. After a particular event, a review is done, is QFIS able to use or leverage the lessons learned in one disaster across an all hazards approach?
We certainly try to. I mean, Queensland, as the second largest landmass jurisdiction in Australia, I've seen figures that say something like 60% of all the natural disasters that occur in Australia occur in Queensland. So it's quite a disaster-prone state. We experience cyclones in the north, flooding, storm surge, and bushfire events. And so QFIS has a response role in all of those events, and we try and take any learnings from any of those natural hazard type events and apply them across an all hazards environment.
Thank you. Just before we leave this diagram, operator, can you just go down to the bottom, please? Those 3 grey boxes. Thank you. That's great. We see there the Australian government and what's referred to there as the Crisis Coordination Centre, and then over to the left we see the Department of Home Affairs. We don't on this diagram see AFAC or COSC or NRSC, and I'm assuming we don't see them because those organisations are not governmental. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So where I referred before to QFIS having a tri-level arrangement that sort of sits beside and mirrors the disaster management arrangements, myself as the Commissioner at QFIS have a relationship with AFAC and with COSC in a non-governmental sense. That's right.
Thank you. I'll go back now to sort of concentrating on the response phase, but thank you for that time spent on the iGEM and Queensland's emergency management frameworks. That is useful to situate QFIS. Operator, can you please bring up Commissioner Leach's statement, which is QFS.5001.001.0002, and enlarge paragraph 4, please. Just to set up my next line of questioning, the scenario preamble in its final sentence says, Queensland has formed the view that the current and predicted situation is beyond the jurisdiction's resources and capability and has decided to request assistance. I'd just like to ask you how you would come to make that assessment and what tools you use. I assume from paragraph 4 of your statement, it is the Queensland State Natural Hazard Risk Assessment 2017, is that right?
Yes, that's one of the tools we would use. We would also understand what the current risk environment is across the state. So if we're talking bushfire season, we're obviously monitoring the climatic and weather conditions and fuel conditions across the state. We're also monitoring closely any fires that we had in the landscape across Queensland. We would be working down through our 7 regions on a daily basis to understand what their resourcing capability was like. We'd be monitoring things like fatigue of our workforce. We'd be monitoring how long these fires have been burning and what our resource commitment has been and what our resource commitment is going to be. And the regions run a 7-day planning horizon, and so they take account of all of those factors and provide advice to the state in the way of a 7-day plan that gives the state a heads up around likely resourcing issues, and we will then look at that across the state to see whether there's opportunities to move resources from one part of the state of Queensland to another to support those operations. And in the event that we believed that we were getting close to the end of our capacity, that's when we would take a decision to go looking for resources from outside of Queensland to assist.
Thank you. I have some questions about the 7-day outlook and that process a little later. I just had just before we leave this paragraph, I had a couple of questions for you. I noticed the paragraph says the risk assessment was provided to the Australian government in September 2017, and I appreciate it's before your time as QFIS Commissioner, but can you tell us why the document was provided to the Australian government then?
So my understanding is it was provided to Emergency Management Australia in the interest of sharing the hazard and risk environment of Queensland to give visibility to the Commonwealth around the state of hazard and risk across Queensland.
Thank you. And then just in relation to the final sentence, the risk assessment is intended to be updated in 2020, 2021. Can you just please update the commissioners about what the status of that updating is?
Yes, we're early in the cycle with that. We're very much in the early data collection phase, but that's a process that we'll undertake over this financial year to produce the updated version of the state-level disaster risk assessment.
Thank you. Just staying in that document, operator, can you go over to page .0002 and enlarge paragraph 11? Commissioner Leach, I think this paragraph reflects the Queensland's approach to emergency management, or disaster management as it's known in the state, that you described before. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And this is specifically related to bushfire events, but I should just get you to confirm that's the same approach that's adopted for all other disasters in the state.
Yes, it is. This is the standard framework that we use, whether it's a cyclone or flood event or bushfire. It's the same framework that's applied.
Thank you. And just in the paragraph, we see a reference to SOC, and you define that a little earlier on the page at paragraph 9 as a state operations centre. Can you just explain how that SOC works?
Yes, so again, in QFIS's tri-level system, where we have incident level working alongside the local disaster management groups, we have a regional operations centre that works alongside, if you like, the district disaster management groups, and we operate a state operations centre which sits alongside the State Disaster Coordination Group. So the State Operations Centre for QFIS provides the command and control for QFIS, so the vertical chain of command, if you like, sitting alongside the State Disaster Coordination Group that coordinates the response to disasters by all agencies in Queensland.
Thank you. Operator, can you please enlarge on that page, paragraph 9, please? Thank you. I just wanted to ask, in the second sentence in that paragraph that reads, during emergencies such as the 2019-2020 bushfires, partner agencies were and will continue to be embedded in the SOC as liaisons to their own agencies, ensuring a complete and coordinated response to bushfires and other emergencies. Can you please just explain for the Commission's assistance who those partner agencies are?
So our experience over the last decade or more is that effective emergency management comes from ensuring that all agencies or organisations that have a role in disaster management are effectively involved so they can get access to timely and accurate information. So within the State Operations Centre, we'll have representatives from other emergency services. There'll be representatives from Queensland Police. There'll be representatives from utilities, so power companies, water utilities, transport and main roads could be involved. The Bureau of Meteorology will have representatives there, and the Australian Defence Force will likely have liaison officers there as well, because Queensland has two brigades based in Queensland, and the ADF are involved in disaster management planning at local, district and state level.
Yes, thank you. I'll ask you some questions specifically about the ADF a little later, but that will touch on your answer just then. First, though, something I was interested in your answer was when you referred to partner agencies, you also referred to operators of critical infrastructure. Operator, can you please go over the page and bring up paragraph 13, please? Of 13 and 14. Yeah, thank you. So, Commissioner Leach, this is still your statement, and we see there the heading, Protection of Critical Infrastructure. I just wanted to ask you about the reference in paragraph 13 to the Commissioner's statement of intent. Can you please explain for the Commission's assistants what that is?
Yes, so for the first time last year, a Commissioner's statement of intent was prepared, and it's really a high-level outline of strategic objectives for disaster management response for the season. So it's really setting the Commissioner's statement of intent to go down through QFIS so that everyone is clear about what our objectives are in effective disaster management for the season.
Thank you. And the second sentence of that paragraph says, in previous years, a standing order had been issued. Can you please just describe the difference between a standing order and a statement of intent, please?
So moving away from a standing order, because a standing order, as it implies, is a standing order that can be in place for an extended period of time without review. And we felt that it was important to move to a Commissioner's statement of intent, which could be more specifically tailored to a particular bushfire season based on the hazard and risk that's been identified for that year. So we think it's more aligned and attuned to the particular conditions of that season.
And so do I take it from that answer that you as Commissioner intend to issue a statement of intent for the upcoming bushfire season?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Glover, can I just ask a question
Yes, certainly.
there, please? Commissioner, noting a Commissioner's statement of intent or Commander's intent tries to get rid of ambiguity in there. Just a question, para 14, are those priorities in order of highest to lowest, or are they all of equal measure? I can't see that in your response.
No, that's right. Whilst it doesn't state that they're in priority order, they are, in my view. So obviously the protection of life is paramount. It's about primacy of life. And if you look at the Fire and Emergency Services Act, it also states that QFIS exists for the protection of life, property and the environment. And I take the way that the legislation's read to put a priority in that order. So for me, it is about protection of life, followed by provision of public information and warnings, because I think that is critical to supporting people making effective decisions to protect their lives, followed by protection of critical assets. So critical assets, things like telecommunications towers, to enable us to continue to get timely and accurate warnings out to community, followed by protection of critical community assets, and followed by the conservation of the environment. So yes, I do believe they're in a priority order.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Glover.
That was my next question.
Sorry about that.
We will skip down then to paragraph 16, please, operator. What I just wanted to focus on of those priorities, and draw out was the protection of critical assets. And we see there in paragraph 16 that owners of critical infrastructure have a standing invitation to sit on the State Disaster Coordination Group, which means they are in the room, or as some may say, in the room where it happens, when disaster planning and response decisions are made. And my question is, do they take up that offer of the standing invitation?
Yes, they do. I think all of the operators, well, broadly speaking, of course, but they all take up the opportunity because I think experience in Australia over the last decade or more would indicate the importance to them of protection of their assets, but also the key role that their assets play in communities being resilient from the impact of emergencies. And so my experience is that all of those operators understand the importance, and they see it as a key part of running their business to be associated with the state's disaster management arrangements.
Thank you. And I think that standing invitation is itself reflected in the governance arrangements for the State Disaster Coordination Group in the Queensland State Disaster Management Plan. I won't take you to that document, but Commissioners, it's in evidence. That State Disaster Coordination Group is chaired by the Queensland Police Commissioner, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And just to sort of give a bit of context to this, the Queensland Police Commissioner is currently Commissioner Carroll, who was your predecessor as Commissioner of QFES, and her predecessor in the role was Commissioner Johnson, from whom the Commission has already heard.
That's correct.
I next wanted to ask you about paragraph 16B and local infrastructure owners being represented on area fire management groups. What is an area fire management group, Commissioner Leach?
Yeah, so if you go back to the disaster management structure chart you showed earlier, and in the response area, sitting beside local disaster management groups and sort of between district disaster management groups are area fire management groups, which is it's a hazard-specific group, so it's primarily focused on bushfires, where we bring together all of the key agencies, local government, infrastructure owners, local community groups, where we specifically look at the bushfire hazard in that area and plan for mitigation works and response works for bushfire in that area. So it's heavily represented by rural fire brigade, first officers, area fire wardens, supported by QFES experienced bushfire managers, and it's designed to map the bushfire risk in a given geographic area and map out those hazard mitigation works and bushfire response protocols.
Thank you. So does that mean for an area fire management group, say in southern Queensland, it's the case that you would see Powerlink as Queensland's electricity transmitter and Energex as Southern Queensland's electricity distributor being present on those groups?
Yes, they would. So they'd have local personnel representing their agency at the local disaster management group, and they would also be part of the area fire management group. And so the area fire management group would work with those representatives to understand the importance of their critical infrastructure, and then work with them around what to do to mitigate the bushfire risk around that critical infrastructure.
And that's the same for the telecommunications providers. So we would expect to see representatives of Telstra, Optus, Vodafone, and the NBN, I assume, represented on those groups?
Yes, that's right. And water supply authorities, transport and main road authorities. So any critical infrastructure that supports the effective functioning of a community represented on an area fire management group, so that the group can take account of that infrastructure, try and mitigate or minimise the risk to that infrastructure from bushfire. And then if we get into the response phase, those personnel would also be requested to attend the Incident Control Centre to provide real-time advice about their asset in formulating strategies to deal with a bushfire in that area.
Thank you. And I know, so we've been bushfire specific, but because we're talking about Queensland, I should also ask you about other natural disasters. Would that be the case for tropical cyclones and other natural disasters, so that local infrastructure owners are represented in those local groups?
Yes, that's correct. So that's consistent across whatever hazard type we might be dealing with. And the importance of that is around trying to maintain that community functionality, because emergency management happens best when communities can support themselves, because any response agency only has a fixed amount of resources to apply to an emergency event. And so we need to do the response in conjunction with communities. And so for communities to function and protect their properties, they need their infrastructure operating, whether it's electricity, for water pumps or water supplies, those sorts of things. So critical infrastructure operators are a key part of the disaster management arrangements.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier the notion of a 7-day outlook. So I thought we would move on to those those 7-day outlooks. Operator, can you please bring up QFS.002.001.0086 and enlarge paragraph 1.6, please? So, Commissioner Leach, this is Queensland's response to the scenarios, and this is specifically in the section under, or the response to, question 1, which asks how the assessment is made that Queensland's resources are or are about to be exhausted. And here we see a reference to the 7-day outlook, and then a little further down we see a reference to a 28-day outlook in periods of heightened or extended activity. Can you please just explain for the Commission's assistance the intent behind having those outlooks and how they factor into emergency management planning and response?
Yeah, certainly. So at local level, if there's a bushfire event occurring in a local area, an incident control centre is managing that. They'll obviously be managing the diurnal resourcing requirements, so the daily and nightly requirements, and pushing out into the next 24 or 48 hours. And if you come up to district level, or within the QFIS tri-level structure, we'd go from the Incident Control Centre to the Regional Operations Centre. So the state of Queensland is divided into 7 regions. Each is managed by a QFIS Regional Assistant Commissioner with a regional management team of senior operational personnel who manage the Regional Operations Centre. That Regional Operations Centre monitors all activity within their area, which will include a number of local and district disaster management groups. They will monitor any fires that are currently in the landscape. They'll be monitoring the climatic and weather conditions. They'll be monitoring the fuel conditions across their patch, and their 7-day outlook will take account of all of those things, including our QFIS capability, so how we're going with our availability of volunteer and career staff, and they'll report that in a 7-day plan to the State Operations Centre every week. So that gives the state an overview of what our status is right across the state.
In relation to personnel issues, and you mentioned volunteer and career personnel there, do you track aspects such as fatigue management?
We do. We watch that very closely. So whenever an incident occurs at a local level, we obviously use local resources to respond to that, and then we'll progressively go further afield to get resources to supplement that response. And if need be, we can move resources from one region to another to support extended operations. So we're quite mindful about things like fatigue, because our largely volunteer workforce that we use for disaster management response here in Queensland, we recognise that those people have usually full-time employment, they have families, they have a whole range of other things going on in their lives, and they provide this valuable community service on top of that. And so we're very cognisant about fatigue management of the workforce, and so we do try and move resources around to cater for that.
Just in relation to aspects of your planning with respect to response in terms of resources and personnel, I assume those tools that you use are specific to Queensland. To what regard, if any, do you have to the approaches in other jurisdictions around Australia?
So my experience is that all jurisdictions have built tools over a period of time to suit their business, and there's been some collaboration of that through AFAC working groups over the years, and there is some sharing and alignment of those tools these days. So we all have operational management type systems which tracks our appliances and our personnel, and we use those systems to inform at various levels from Incident Control Centre, regions and state.
Thank you. Operator, can you just stay with this document and enlarge paragraph 2.1, which is on page .0087, please? So here we are now in question 2, or the response to question 2, which is how is the decision to seek assistance made. I think the factors highlighted there, which is the outlooks combined with forecast weather conditions and disaster risks, and when they indicate that when those inputs indicate that the scale of the event is of such size that local and district groups will not have adequate resources to respond, that is essentially the effect of your evidence earlier, that it's a range of inputs, not just the outlooks, but weather conditions and disaster risk.
Yes, that's right, and also other things that might be going on in local communities. So there can be significant public events or festivals or things occurring which put a different risk into the landscape, if you like, and we've got to be cognisant of that. And sometimes we have resources deployed to those sorts of significant community events that can be occurring. So there's a whole range of inputs that are considered at regional level that they then use to make a judgment about how their resourcing and their capability or their capacity is looking for the next 7-day period.
And I should say, so while the scenario itself is focusing on bushfire risk, these 7-day and 28-day outlooks apply to all hazards, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Because it's not unusual in Queensland to still be in bushfire response mode in the south of Queensland and the monsoon to have kicked in the north. So we can have different hazards impacting the community in different parts of the state.
Thank you. I just should also ask, can you just explain what is a period of heightened or elevated activity that would activate that longer term 28-day outlook?
So if you take the last bushfire season in Queensland, there were a number of fires that occurred. The earliest one was a significant fire was in August. There are a number of significant fires in September and then more in November. And the type of fires that occurred in Queensland last year were more bushland type fires than grassland fires. And they were longer duration fires that ran over a period of days and some of them into weeks. And so that requires a continual rotation of day shift and night shift resources to deal with those events. It requires significant resourcing of incident control centres. It requires resourcing of regional operations centres to support those operations. And so they can be quite resource intensive. And so we model that quite closely. And we talk with our regional assistant commissioners because there's a certain level of professional judgment about how things are going and at what point you need to start exploring bringing in resources from surrounding regions or, in fact, from further across the state to support those operations.
Thank you. So now we should turn to looking outside the state. So perhaps first to a situation where, as envisaged by the scenario itself, that you require interstate assistance. When you make the decision to seek additional firefighting resources, do you go through COSC to do so?
Yes, we do. And so typically what happens with bushfire seasons in Australia is they start in the north and they move progressively south. So Queensland's bushfire season starts around August, moves through to December. New South Wales starts later than that and moves through, and then Victoria later again. And so COSC meets via teleconference on a reasonably regular basis to discuss how the fire season is progressing across Australia and how each of the jurisdictions is going in terms of resourcing and managing the fires they might have in the landscape at that time. And so decisions are made there around getting an early heads up about any jurisdiction that might require interagency support.
Thank you. I might go back to your statement now. So that's QFS.501.001.0009 and paragraph 48. Thank you. So I expect this paragraph is really the evidence you just gave, which is that the bushfire season does not usually occur across Australia at the same time. I'd just like to ask you about your use of the word usually and whether your experience has been, sort of particularly last year, that there is now more of a coincidence between northern and southern Australia's fire seasons.
Yes, I think the climatic evidence would indicate that the seasons are changing. So we're seeing longer, hotter, drier. That's been our experience certainly over the last 2 years in Queensland. And so whilst usually the bushfire season starts in Queensland in August, as we saw last year, it commenced in July. And so I think the old rules, if you like, probably no longer apply. And so you've got to take each season on its merits based on what we're seeing with the changing climatic conditions.
And so just to circle back to using COSC, does that mean that Queensland doesn't use bilateral arrangements that we've heard that some other states do for sharing resources?
We do have memorandums of understanding with New South Wales. So for border operations, so for bushfires that occur within, say, a 30, 40 kilometre distance from the New South Wales border, we do have cross-border arrangements, and that's something that's planned at district and regional level and coordinated with our colleagues across the border from New South Wales. We try and share the planning, get together to understand. We try and make it seamless in terms of cross-border operations, and we certainly exercise with our New South Wales colleagues as well.
Thank you. I'll just get the operator to go across to page 0011 at paragraphs, or in large, please, paragraph 66 to 70. Paragraph 70 is over the page. I think, Commissioner Leach, this is what you have just been describing. I wanted to ask you a few questions about these arrangements that you have with the New South Wales RFS. It seems that they are quite established and effective. Can you just please, starting with paragraph 68, you say that a cross-border liaison committee has been established. Sort of who sits on that committee?
So there's a number of agencies that sit on that committee. Those committees, on behalf of QFAS, they're chaired by our regional assistant commissioner. So we have a high-ranking QFAS senior officer who chairs those, and we have senior operational staff who work along the border areas there. There are other agencies such as the police services, and again we can bring in those critical infrastructure operators, other key personnel or organisations that have resources in those areas that could be affected by cross-border operations.
Thank you. I was specifically going to ask about whether critical infrastructure owners were involved in that, and I expect my next question will be to the same effect. Can you please explain the intention of planning and exercising multi-agency bushfire strategies and training exercises?
So this is about trying to avoid surprises during emergency response. So it's about getting together with key agencies. New South Wales Rural Fire Service, being a fire service entity in its own right, and their firefighting techniques and their doctrine has evolved over time, just like QFAS has. And so this is about ensuring that we understand and align as much as possible those response arrangements so there's no surprises on the day. So train how you play, I suppose.
Thank you. And in those exercises, do you try to involve critical infrastructure owners in those as well? So it's not just the firefighting personnel who are exercising?
Yes, we can do that. We certainly have a focus on the response arrangements. We model different scenarios. So, a fire starting in Queensland burning into New South Wales or vice versa. We talk about, control centres and how we would manage a cross-border fire in terms of sectorisation, deployment of resources, radio communications, all those sorts of operational type events, and then bring in any critical infrastructure operators or transport of main roads or other agencies that may have resources in those areas that need to be part of the response process.
Thank you. Just moving down then to paragraph 69, that refers to the ability of QFAS and the RFS for interoperability of radio communications. Can you please just explain how that is achieved?
So communications, again, is something that is sort of jurisdictional specific and has grown over the years. And so there hasn't been alignment across jurisdictions traditionally. But with cross-border operations, it's vitally important that you're able to communicate effectively. So along those border areas, we have some alignment with radio channels. So some New South Wales channels are either programmed into QFAS radios for key appliances and personnel close to the border, or in fact they may have a New South Wales RFS radio installed in QFAS vehicles so that you do have that cross-border communications capability.
Thank you. Just then at paragraph 70, we also see arrangements to share mapping data sets and access to systems across jurisdictions. It looks like that's essentially, as you say, a reciprocal sharing. So Queensland has access to New South Wales Icon, and New South Wales has access to Queensland's mobile situational awareness mapping tools. Can you just describe the benefits of that reciprocal sharing of that data?
Yeah, the importance of that is around ensuring that real-time intelligence is collected and disseminated to key personnel on the ground who need it at the earliest opportunity so that they can make informed decisions about the best way to respond to an incident.
Thank you. So now, I did take us a little bit off track because we were talking about resource sharing, but that's your cross-border collaboration. So, operator, can we go back, please, to paragraph 46?
It's just before we leave the cross-border issues. It's probably easier now than coming in later. I only have one question, Commissioner. With the cross-border committee, does the New South Wales cross-border commissioner sit on that committee?
From time to time, is my understanding, yes. Forgive me, I've only been in place for 7 months here in Queensland. I haven't attended that committee, but my understanding is I think there's a standing invite. I'm not sure that they attend every meeting, but they're certainly a key component of it, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, operator, can we please go back to page .0008, paragraph 46. This is a reference to AFAC and not being initially established for this purpose. Over the years, AFAC has taken on a national coordination role. And by national coordination role, am I right to assume that is a reference to the interstate resource sharing arrangements?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if we go down to the next paragraph, paragraph 47, we see there a reference to the NRSC, which of course is the National Resource Sharing Centre, which is within AFAC. Can you please just explain what NRSC does in relation to interstate resource sharing?
So the National Resource Sharing Centre plays a role in collecting data from each of the agencies about resources they have available to provide support interstate. It provides a coordination role with that. So requesting jurisdictions put their request into the National Resource Sharing Centre. The National Resource Sharing Centre will then dispatch a senior manager to that jurisdiction to coordinate the resources that will flow into that jurisdiction from other states or territories. And NRSC will then manage the process of going to the other jurisdictions to see what they can offer up to the requesting jurisdiction. So there's a significant amount of logistics and coordination around those resource sharing requests. So AFAC supports NRSC, or has created NRSC to undertake that function.
And was that essentially the creation of NRSC was to fill a gap or fill a void, as we've heard some other witnesses give evidence in relation to this interstate assistance?
Yes, that's right. If I go back through my own career, I was part of a response with Country Fire Authority to New South Wales in 1994. I think that was the first time that Country Fire Authority had ever travelled to interstate to support, and then we did it again in 1997 and again in 2001. And as this sharing of resources more formally across borders has become more and more prevalent, it was recognised that it needs to be coordinated and managed in a more structured process.
Thank you. Operator, can you please enlarge paragraph 52, please? And so, Commissioner Leach, your view is that AFAC coordination role works well, and you make that point in the previous paragraph. But I just wanted to ask you about your view that the current model of interstate assistance coordination is not sustainable over the longer term. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, so AFAC, the head office of AFAC is based in Melbourne in Victoria, and there's a number of senior AFAC personnel who support the functioning of the National Resource Sharing Centre, and they do a terrific job. But what we've seen over recent years is these interstate requests have become more prevalent on the back of very busy bushfire seasons. And so the model as it stands at the moment will have a limited capability. It'll have natural limits on what it can do unless there's significant assistance provided into the resourcing. Because it's Melbourne-based, unless the Victorian-based agencies can support AFAC to perform that role, then NRSC will naturally get capped, if you like, at a certain level of capability. So that's the point I'm trying to make there. So in the event that the National Resource Sharing Centre didn't exist anymore, then we would have to go back to those bilateral arrangements that jurisdictions have. And we have memorandums of understanding with New South Wales, both Rural Fire Service and the Fire and Rescue New South Wales. You wouldn't want to get into a situation where we had to enter into those types of agreements with every jurisdiction in Australia. That would be unwieldy. So certainly the National Resource Sharing Centre type model works very well for those cross-jurisdictional arrangements.
And I just wanted to ask you about the final sentence where you posit that there would be value in the Commonwealth providing additional financial assistance to maintain the national capability. Is it the case that it's your view that the Commonwealth's assistance is limited to financial assistance, or could it be additional assistance more generally?
Yes, it could be more general assistance. So certainly the cross-jurisdictional sharing of resources is something that I think is only going to increase in nature in coming years. So certainly the role that NRSC plays, I see it's going to need to continue into the future. What form that takes, I'm a little agnostic to, other than the function needs to continue.
Yes, thank you. I think every witness and indeed submission this Commission has received has recognised the need for the sharing of resources across the nation, across jurisdictions.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Commissioners, I propose to move on. So, thank you. Commissioner Leach, I'd just like to talk to you about some more discrete matters that are mentioned in your witness statement. And so can we please go to paragraph 57, operator, which is on page .0010. Commissioner Leach, I'd just like to ask you a little bit about the Jurisdictional Emergency Management Education Network. That's abbreviated to GEMEN. Can you just explain what that network is and what it does?
So the emergency services in Australia are underpinned by a training framework. It's known as the Public Safety Training Framework, and there's public safety training packages in a whole range of fire and emergency management competencies, and the public safety training packages is part of the Industry Standards Training Board. And each jurisdiction has picked up elements of those competencies to build into training programs based on their specific needs and their specific hazards. In 2017, GEMEN was formed, and there's a representative from each Australian state and territory, and Emergency Management Australia is represented there. And the aim of GEMIN is to try and get some national consistency around training frameworks. So same hazard type receiving the same training framework, and it's about trying to identify best practice to make sure that the training frameworks incorporates all of the elements that it needs to best address that risk.
So does this network have any relationship to AFAC or the Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience?
Yes, it does. There is a relationship there. It's a collaborative relationship, as I understand it.
Is there any duplication of tasks that are undertaken by GEMIN on the one hand and AFAC or AIDR on the other?
Not necessarily, or not that I'm aware of. My understanding with GEMIN is it's about trying to identify best practice and identify opportunities for sharing of resources to achieve best practice, particularly around the disaster management training framework. So as well as training for first responder agencies, it's also about disaster management training for agencies like QFIS to deliver to community and other stakeholders so they can best prepare to respond to a disaster. So it's my understanding is it's a collaborative and best practice sharing arrangement.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett has a question.
Only when you finished on this, I just want to ask a question on that paragraph while
Yes,
it's still
please.
there. Are you about to move on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious. It says it was established in 2017, and you say that it aims to develop national consistencies on emergency management training, education, learning and development. And you've commented, that it could, deal with the best practice. I'm very curious to know how far it's got. So, we've got it starts in 2017. It's got an aim. Where has it got to? Are we at the stage, for example, where individual jurisdictions have changed their training programs to adopt a uniform whole already, or is it still in the stage where everyone's meeting and having discussions? And is that the end point, I guess? So I'm trying to know where we are. How's it tracking?
I'm probably not able to give you a detailed answer about that. We can certainly take that on notice and provide some additional information around that if that would be of assistance.
Yes, I think it would be actually. But just can you? I mean, I'm not trying to push you, and I'm waiting to get the answer. But for example, to your knowledge, has Queensland altered its existing emergency management training, education, learning, development as a result of having been in GEMIN, or are you still waiting to see from your perspective? Do you know? I mean, it might be somebody else within your department, so I'm not pushing you, Commissioner. So say so if you can't take it further.
Yes, look, I can't answer in detail, but my understanding is that, yes, there's already been some advantages by being able to leverage off more advanced training material that's been prepared in other jurisdictions that we've been able to build into our training arrangements here. So I understand there has been some quick wins, if you like, coming out of the last couple of years' journey, and I think there's some further opportunities going forward as well.
Yes, when you get some more answers, I mean, we know how it's tracking, and not now. I'd be interested to know whether the aim is to develop national consistencies or to have a single national emergency management training outcome. So that might not be able to be answered, bearing in mind it was only established in 2017. But something towards that, I think I'd be interested in investigating further. But thank you very much for your assistance on that.
If it assists, Commissioner, I think there is an intent to try and achieve some level of benchmarking and consistency of standards, but recognising that bushfire risk, for example, can be different in Queensland to what it is elsewhere. So it's about achieving that level of consistency as far as you can for the risk type that you're dealing with, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I think we've heard plenty of evidence about right down to, I was going to say the grassroots, which of course is a bad expression to use in this context, but how differing vegetation, for example, needs, in different locations can need specific training. But we've also heard that there can be difficulties even at the higher levels, of the controller levels, of differences between the jurisdictions that can give rise, while they can often obviously be overcome with time, that in an emergency, different titles and duties within a particular office can vary. And I was wondering whether Gemin was aiming to deal with that sort of thing as well.
Look, it is. You're quite right. A lot of these training programs and incident management systems have evolved organically. And whilst we've used the Australasian Inter-Service Incident Management System, AIMS, across Australia, and many jurisdictions implemented that as far back as the late 1980s and early 1990s, we've still got a little way to go in terms of aligning terminology and systems completely across our jurisdictions. And in fact, AIMS has been picked up even within the counter-terrorism environment these days as the management system for that. And so there is some work to do around that, and that's the idea, is to try and get best practice and consistency around those things.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
And a great initiative. Mine's a more simpler question. The Secretariat for this, because nothing like this runs without support. I'm just wondering where the Secretariat sits for it and coordinates all that. Is that in AFAC or in AIDR, or is it a separate, is it a rotating thing that one of the various organisations around the country runs? Or
That's a good question, Commissioner. I'm just looking to see whether I've got some information here that might assist you with that.
And I'll look to Council if we've got it. That information, and I don't need to ask it. I don't remember reading it anywhere.
No, Chair, I don't think we have it.
We'll take that on board, Commissioner, and get some more information for you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Leach. I suppose this goes without saying, but because it uses emergency management in its title, this organisation is not one that's limited to bushfires as natural disasters, but it's all hazards generally?
Yes, that's right.
Does it include or...
Hang on, the Commissioner can't see you talking because he's got me up on his screen, so we might just change that. Sorry, Commissioner, you don't need to see my ugly mutt. You need to see his.
Thank you. And just in relation to that emergency management aspect, does that also extend to include matters such as counter-terrorism response?
It's predominantly aimed at natural disasters. So Gemin focuses predominantly on things like bushfire, structure fire, cyclone, flood, those types of natural disasters. No reason why it couldn't be extended, but within counter-terrorism, for example, there's whole other streams that sit more in the law enforcement area that take the lead on those types of arrangements for those hazard types. But certainly Gemin has a broader remit around natural hazards.
Thank you. So I now wanted to move on to the topic of assistance from the Australian Defence Force. And you mentioned earlier, Commissioner Leach, that Queensland has 2 infantry brigades. So that's 7th Brigade at Enoggera and 3 Brigade at Laverack Barracks in Townsville. Can you just describe in general terms how the state of Queensland utilises assistance from the ADF in responding to natural disasters?
So Queensland's built quite a close relationship with ADF over the years, and that comes from, the fact that Queensland is one of the most disaster-prone states, and so it gets the opportunity to respond to events, particularly cyclones, on a fairly routine basis, and the ADF has been a key part of that. So the ADF is involved at local, district and state level. So, for example, the brigade commanders from Townsville and Enoggera are involved in local district disaster management groups and district disaster management groups, and certainly the ADF are represented at the State Disaster Coordination Group and are regularly deployed within the State Disaster Coordination Centre, just as they have been for the last 4 months or so as the state responds to the pandemic, the COVID pandemic event that's occurring at the moment. So there's good involvement by ADF. They're involved in the planning and the exercising at all of those three levels, and they're a key partner in disaster management here in Queensland.
Thank you. Your statement refers to using the DAC 1 category regularly. That's the level of DAC that enables local arrangements to be put in place and executed. Can you just explain how those arrangements work at that local level?
Yes, as you say, DAC 1 is the local level arrangements for the defence assistance to civil communities. If we go beyond that to DAC 2 or DAC 3, that's a more formalised arrangement where we've got to go to Canberra to initiate that. But DAC 1 involves local commanders from ADF talking to local disaster management group personnel and engaging ADF either in planning or prevention or exercising or indeed response to events, recognising, of course, that the DAC arrangements sort of call on ADF as a last resource rather than a first resource, and so we don't routinely call ADF in unless the event is of a nature where our resources may be getting close to depletion, and so or if the defence has a particular skill set to undertake a particular task that may be required.
Thank you. And I know we've been concentrating on really what's the role of the Army, but obviously there's significant other service capability within the state of Queensland, including at RAF bases Amberley and Townsville.
Yes, I should say when I say ADF, I'm referring to all three arms of the armed forces, and we certainly have good relations with all of them.
Yes, thank you. Operator, can you please bring up paragraph 65 of Commissioner Leach's statement? That appears at point 0011. Commissioner Leach, it won't surprise you to know that the view you express in paragraph 65 of your statement has been echoed by a number of emergency management officials from states and territories. I just wanted to ask you about your understanding of the requirement for local resources to be exhausted before ADF assets are employed. Where does that, in your view, where does that requirement come from?
My understanding is that's part of the DAC procedures currently. Whilst we wouldn't completely exhaust our resources, but it's a question of timing in terms of bringing ADF in to assist. Recognising, of course, that ADF have a reason for existing themselves and their operational tempo changes. And so, there are occasions where you have significant ADF resources here in Queensland and other times when not so much. So, obviously, we wouldn't want to build a reliance around ADF, but there's certainly a valuable assistance when they're available to us.
And I just want to ask, in a practical sense, how do you achieve a timely utilisation of ADF capability in the event it's required?
So because ADF are involved at that local level local district and state, they're embedded in the planning processes. So there's understanding at local level, for example, about ADF capability, and there's also real-time information provided around ADF's resources that might be on base at any given time. So that's human resources and physical resources, and so because of that local knowledge and them being involved in the arrangements, when an event occurs, there's a good understanding about what capability Defence has that can be deployed at that time.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett has...
Sorry. So, it's not just about the ADF capability, is it? If ADF are embedded at each stage, then it seems to me that as part of the planning process, especially when you've got your 7-day and 28-day plans, that you can see when it looks as if the local resources will be exhausted, or when you can time that critical path, can't you, and get some advanced idea and then interact with the ADF as to what might be needed. Is that practically what happens?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. Absolutely, and with ADF we have a good understanding of the types of tasks that they can perform. And so, if you're dealing with a bushfire event, for example, we may task ADF to perform a particular role, such as create a fire break around an at-risk community or something like that. So, what ADF are very good at is being given a task, given them the Commissioner's intent, if you like, Commander's intent. And allow them to undertake that particular task.
No, but irrespective, though, of the fact that they can do the task, do I understand from what you've said here that you don't call them in? I mean, they might be good at doing the task, but you might have lots of people who can do that task. You don't call them in, as I understand it, until it looks as if you need the work done and you don't have the local capacity to do that.
Yes, that's right. And rather than wait till completely exhausting our resources, we'll do that crossover transition, if you like. So as our resources start to become depleted, then we'll ramp up the involvement of ADF so that we've got that continuity of service delivery.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
I just had one final question for you, Commissioner Leach, and it is one we have asked all commissioners and equivalents, and it's what plans are in place to address the impact of COVID-19 on Queensland's preparation for the upcoming natural disaster season?
Yes, COVID-19 is consuming a lot of our resources at the moment in supporting the state's response to the pandemic. We've certainly factored COVID into our planning at local, regional and state level. So we're looking at, for example, we're in Operation Cool Burn at the moment, which is undertaking our hazard mitigation burns across Queensland. And so we've had to take into account physical distancing requirements as best we can with our crews while they're out doing that. We've provided additional personal protective equipment and sanitisation supplies in order to do that. We've had to think about things like smoke for people who may be in the community who've got respiratory illnesses or respiratory distress as a result of COVID. So you've got to be cognizant in our planning around smoke outputs from burns close to communities. There's a whole range of factors that we've had to take into account around COVID, including if we get into extended operations this season and we bring resources in from interstate or international, we've got to think about whatever the health department requirements are around quarantining prior to being able to deploy them into the field. And a good example of that is we're engaging a large air tanker for Queensland this year. It's aimed to have that large air tanker on base, ready to commence operations from the 1st of September. That aircraft and crew will come from overseas, and so therefore we've got to factor in whatever necessary quarantining arrangements have got to be put in place well before, in order for that aircraft to be operational on the 1st of September.
Thank you. That's very useful, Commissioner Leach. Commissioners, those were my questions.
And those were our questions as well. So, Commissioner Leach, we thank you very much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. It was
you,
very, very
Commissioners.
valuable for us to get a perspective from north of the border. Mr. Gover?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioners, I've just confirmed there's been no contact by parties with leave to appear, so might Commissioner Leach be excused, please?
Commissioner Leach, you may be excused, and good luck with the next disaster.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn until 11:45 Canberra time.
All rise.
The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Chair, Commissioners, I call Mr Darren Clem, AFSM, Commissioner of the Department of Fire and Emergency Services of the State of Western Australia.
Commissioner Clem, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Commissioner Clem will affirm.
Commissioner Clem, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clem, thank you for the Western Australian response to the scenario, which I'll come to in a moment, and the questions that the Commissioners have posed, and also for your several witness statements, which annex the responses to various notices. I'll just have those identified. That's your statement of 13 July 2020, 22 May 2020, and 12 May 2020. Are the contents of those witness statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
All right. Now, I'm going to focus my questions with a view to understanding Western Australia's emergency management framework, particularly as it operates with respect to interstate, Commonwealth and international assistance. But first I want to take you to your role and function. And in your first statement of 12 May, which is Exhibit 25.5.1, I'm going to have that shown to assist you, Commissioner Clem. That's FES 300 001 0003 _ 001.
300 or 003 to start it off with?
What did I say?
300.
0003. FES 300 001 0003.
I've got a 003 but not a 300.
There I was thinking I'd started off well. Just one moment, please, Chair. No, it is 003. Thank you, Chair. The version I have, FES 003 001 0003 _ 001. There we go. Now, you were appointed on the 19th of September 2017 with 30 years' experience in emergency services, which you set out at paragraphs 3 to 6 of your statement. As the FES Commissioner, if we can go over to paragraph 9 on the next page, you're a member of various national committees. I just want to ask you to confirm some of the key roles you hold and have held. I understand that you are a former co-chair of the ANZ-EMC, the Australian New Zealand Emergency Management Council, as you describe it there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You're also a director of AFAC?
Correct.
And a member of COSC?
Correct.
And you'll excuse me using those acronyms.
That's right.
All right. If we can go back to paragraph 3 of your statement, it says there that you were appointed to the role of Fire and Emergency Services Commissioner with a mandate for structural and cultural reform. I'll just invite you to expand on that for the Commissioners to give some sense of the role and scope of your activities upon your appointment.
So as a result of the Waroona Yarloop fires and the subsequent Ferguson report that was done into those fires, there was a number of recommendations from that report that sought to pointed towards some change that was needed in DFES and perhaps more broadly in the emergency fire and emergency services sector in Western Australia, and that structural and cultural reform was about improving the standing, if you like, of bushfire within the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, but also broadening the scope. So we've historically been a very response-focused organisation, and there was a need to broaden that out to include prevention or mitigation, determining which term you wanted to use. And so since that time, we've undertaken, or I've undertaken, structural reform on the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, and that sees us moving towards a broader emergency management organisation that has far more broader role than just the response focus that we were previously. That has seen us invest heavily into mitigation, primarily at this point in time for bushfire and managing some of the significant bushfire risk we have across what is a very large state. In addition to that, there was a need for us to reconnect with volunteers. We are a state that requires and is very proud to have almost 95% coverage of the state is done by volunteers. It's one of our great strengths, and DFS needed to reconnect with those volunteers from all the different services. There's 4 or 5 different services there for volunteers, and that identity is really important to them, and we need to embrace that and support volunteers more better than we had been doing in the past.
So I think at the beginning of your response to my question, you referred to needing to increase the focus on bushfire risk. Is that in a context where Western Australia, being the largest landmass jurisdiction in Australia, has not just an experience of bushfires, but indeed quite a significant exposure to tropical cyclones? Is that the context in which that observation is made?
Cyclone DFS has been and broadly FESA before that have been responsible for cyclone for some period of time, but indeed the same principles apply. I guess the mindset is that we can't keep putting our efforts and funding and the like into response and not actually deal with the risk prior to the events happening, and whether that's bushfire, cyclone, storm, flood, and the like, it probably matters not. What's important is the understanding that we do have the ability, and we should undertake that to reduce that risk, to accept that events are going to occur. I don't know if we'll ever stop events occurring. But we can certainly have some impact into the severity of those events by trying to mitigate the risk prior to the event happening.
All right. I might explore some aspects of your answer later on in my questions. But just to continue these sort of introductory questions I had for you, to sketch a picture for the commissioners of the natural disasters that Western Australia faces. As I understand it, Western Australia has had 3 cyclones at least already this year: Tropical Cyclone Blake in early January, Tropical Cyclone Damien in early February, and Tropical Cyclone Esther in mid-February. When does the cyclone season begin and end in Western Australia? It begins at around about December, and we can get cyclones through into April and May, and in fact even this year, we had some events. They didn't end up being tropical cyclones. Sometimes they just become they're a tropical low, but those events were still happening in April, May. So I think I would say that some of these definitive start and end dates for many of the risks that we face here in Western Australia and possibly across Australia, I think I would say those lines are being blurred the further on we go. When does that's a good segue to my next question, which was, when does the bushfire season traditionally begin in Western Australia? And has that been changing?
Yes, it has. We're not far off because of the size of the state. We have a different climate, north and south. In the north of the state, primarily in the Kimberley, but reaching down into the Pilbara. The bushfire season is not too far off from starting up there, and it'll run into October, November, and then we generally have a 1st of December start in the south of the state for the bushfire season. However, what I'd say about that is we've had significant fires in the south of the state in November and in late October, and certainly the Esperance fires of 2015 were in early November. So I guess that just underscores that point about those blurring of the lines of definitive start and end dates. I could also tell the Commission that last season was also one of the first seasons that I can recall where we had an overlapping of the northern and the summer bushfire season, and so in late 2019 we were still dealing with fires in the north of the state at the same time that we were commencing the bushfire season in the southern part of the state.
Right. When you were speaking earlier about with the mandate of having to bring cultural change to the organisation and to the emergency management sector, I won't take the Commissioners to it, but I'll just give a reference that what has happened in recent years is established a culture of reviewing major incidents. That's FES 003, 001, 0006 at 004. We have some other evidence from the State Emergency Management Committee response to a notice to give from the Royal Commission that after-action reviews were commissioned in early February this year, I think in particular relation to the Norseman bushfire, which we've heard some evidence about. What's the status of that after-action review, and when maybe we anticipate it will be provided to the Royal Commission? Due to the bushfire season that we've had here in Western Australia and then the impact of COVID, we haven't progressed that after-action review for the Norseman fires at this point. It is intended to get it finished in the second half of 2020.
Can I ask a question there, please, Ms. Hogan-Doran? Can I just dig a little bit deeper to have an understanding there, please, Commissioner Klemp? So COVID is affecting everyone, and we acknowledge that. Who do you get to do your reviews? There's a mix, Commissioner. Sometimes, depending on the level, we can do them internally, and sometimes we do them externally. Sometimes it's done through AFAC, where there's a peer review mechanism in place, and I've had senior officers involved in the Tasmanian review as an example. So there is a mix. The external options are a little bit limited at the moment because of the travel restrictions, and also the impact of COVID on DFES. As you quite rightly point out, that is more broadly for everybody. Yeah.
But we are providing resources into the COVID response and have been doing that since early March.
Okay. It's not necessarily an independent review, and there's not a set structure. It changes each year that you do an after-action review, or is there a set process for your after-action review? You do it internally and then you have it peer reviewed, or I'm just interested in what the process is first. It just seems like it's ad hoc, if that makes sense, rather than it's a structured approach, noting that was what from September 2017 that you're bringing a structure to this. I'm just interested in what the structure is for after-action reviews or whatever you might call them.
Yeah, so we have a incident review policy which sets out some stages of after-action review, if we wanted to use that catch-all term, and it starts from a debrief all the way through to a major incident review or MIR, and then they're more of a that they can become external at major incident review, that we may bring someone in to do that because of the quantum of work that's involved. And then, of course, there'll be other times when there's a government appointed review that may be external, and that's what occurred with Waruna Yarloop. The review of the Norseman event is something that the State Emergency Management Committee have requested, and so that's external to DFES.
Okay, that's external to DFES, but noting we're now almost the end of July, so you're actually back into your fire season. Has there been any process to identify the lessons out of the last season that has informed the response from a state perspective for this season, or not?
So, sorry, Commissioner. Yeah.
No, you please.
Sorry, had you? Yeah, sorry. The actual review into the Norseman fire has commenced, and it's really centred on our messaging and community information, but also some challenges around the road infrastructure, without getting too tactical about it. The challenges we have with that particular road is the distances and the inability for large trucks to be able to turn around, and so that's what the review will focus on. We had some feedback during the incident of some challenges that the community had with information, particularly for those travellers coming from interstate, so travelling east-west, and works commenced on that, the review into the various pieces of community information and communication that we provided. We just haven't been able to progress it as we would have liked.
Okay, so we're into the next fire season. There have been no observations or recommendations at this stage at your level or above?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hogan-Dora.
Chair, I'll just have identified. Can I have FES 003 001 0012_0001? This is attachment DTK3. It should be the incident analysis policy. Can you see that, Commissioner Clem?
I can, yeah.
So I think that's the policy that you referred the chair to, which is the standing policy that deals with post-incident reviews.
Yeah.
All right. That documents a 2013 document that was provided by the department, or indeed next to your statement. Is it anticipated that this will be reviewed and updated at some point? I note that it did say date for review 30 April 2016.
Yes, it will.
All right. And does I don't think it incorporates the external procedure that you were describing, which is the one which is now being commissioned by the State Emergency Management Committee.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Now, and just for the benefit of the record, FES 003 001 0006 at 007. This is page. This is the part of the response next to your 22 May statement, Commissioner Clem. Commissioners, the Norseman bushfire is referred to there as having created several challenges for the department, the 12-day closure of the border and the air highway and community engagement. And those are the terms, in a sense, those challenges are part of the terms of reference of the State Emergency Management Committee's commissioned review.
Sorry, I just missed a bit of that. Was that a question?
I just wanted to get, as a shortcut, to get you to confirm that it's the 12-day closure of the border and the air highway and the community engagement challenges that you faced in terms of communicating also with displaced people, and that are the two focus areas of the review.
That's correct, yeah.
All right. So not firefighting tactics per se, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. We have that removed. Brought down. Thank you, operator. I was asking you some questions about the natural disaster picture. What I might do is take us now to the emergency management framework. Could I have shown, and this should be familiar to you, Commissioner Clem, RCN 900 052 0030. Now, this is an extract from the State Emergency Management Plan as at October 2019. And look, just starting perhaps from the left and working our way to the right, we can see, as I understand it, incident management towards the left and then moving in what is essentially an escalating situation across to the right in emergency management, from emergency to emergency situation to a state of emergency. I wanted you to, if you could, to please explain the different roles and interactions of the three senior bodies, it appears in this, which is the State Emergency Coordination Group and the State Emergency Coordinator, and then on the far right, the State Disaster Council.
There's certain triggers. If I speak as the hazard management agency, and if I put it into the fire context, perhaps if we use that as an example, there will be certain levels of incidents that we just deal with as a matter of course, and they are, for want of a better term, seen as business as usual. For events that reach a particular level, and you'll note on the side, on the left-hand side, the first vertical arrow refers to incident level 1, 2, 3. Certainly any incident that looks likely to go to level 3 or is declared at level 3 is going to be a significant incident, and I would be in communication with the State Emergency Coordinator, who is the Commissioner of Police, and that discussion could see us either the State Emergency Coordinator directing that the State Emergency Coordination Group meeting would be held, or I may recommend that to him. The state of emergency, I'll go back a step. That doesn't necessarily mean that there would be an emergency situation declared. That is not a requirement to have a state emergency coordination group. In actual fact, state emergency coordination group meetings go on a semi-regular basis during our bushfire and cyclone season, because it brings together those key people from emergency management in Western Australia, as well as some key players in the industry, and noting the significant sort of mining, oil and gas that we have in the northwest of Western Australia. We have some of those key players at the table, as well as ADF, Australian Defence Force, are also present. And so those state emergency coordination group meetings occur at a rate determined by the state emergency coordinator in discussion with me, and I may well give him advice that he may well take, or he may decide to make his own decision on that.
I see.
But it's not reliant on an emergency situation being declared. The State Disaster Council occurs as a result of a state of emergency being declared, and we're in that space now, obviously with COVID, and that's the first time in my recollection that we've had a State Disaster Council has been in the last 3 months for the COVID response, and because of the state of emergency declaration that's been made. The emergency situation provides additional powers to officers, excuse me, that around vehicles, movement of people, sharing of information, and those sorts of things, and they're not always required.
With the State Emergency Coordination Group, does that conduct formal meetings, or are they just collaborative meetings, for example, in the State Operations Centre?
No, they're formal meetings.
All right.
And they're generally held at police facility.
Thank you. And we don't have it in this, obviously, but in what way might you, through this structure, connect into, for example, the National Crisis Council, or National Crisis Committee, which the EMA convenes from time to time?
So not necessarily through the State Emergency Coordination Group. I've attended those meetings primarily for COVID with EMA in the last 3 months or so. Probably in the bushfire space, we tend to deal with it through COSC, but even with the bushfire event on the East Coast, the National Crisis Committee meetings, as I recall, were called, and I attended those.
All right, thank you. That's all I had on that. Sorry, yes, Chair?
I just want to clarify something Commissioner Clem said. If I understood, there's a state of emergency now, and I'm aware of that for COVID, but you said that's the first time there's been a state of emergency declared in your time, or have there been states? So I guess I'll just go the 2019-20 fire and cyclone season, because I know you've had both. Were there any states of emergency declared at any stage throughout the fire and or cyclone season?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you.
But as I understand your earlier evidence and from this depiction and from the materials, there is this in-between stage of emergency situation where there is these additional powers, and where there were emergency situations, as that is formally known, during the last bushfire season and the cyclone season?
Not that I recall, Councillor. I think the point perhaps to make here is that both myself and my officers have significant powers in our own acts that allow us to do many of the things that the Declaration of Emergency Situation allows for. It is much of those additional powers are around, authorised officers and the like, where we might need assistance through police, perhaps for. If I put it in the cyclone context, where we need to move people who we believe are in danger, and we need the assistance of people other than DFES officers to give that effect.
All right. Now, in your most recent statement, I won't take it to you, but I'll just have it referred to for the benefit of the record, which is your 13 July statement, which is Exhibit 23.8.2. At paragraph 10, you make the observation that there's considerable regional variation in conditions and the occurrence of natural hazard events across the state over any given time. And in paragraph 11, you make the point that it is important that DFES has a decentralised structure with its personnel and facilities spread across the state. Could we have shown the map that you then attached to your statement, which is FES 003 001 0010? And I'll just invite you to describe to the Commissioners what this depicts.
If we look at the central map of Western Australia, the lines on that map depict the DFES regions, regional boundaries, if you like. So we have, the blue markers are where we have regional officers and staff in those offices to support the, primarily in the first instance when we're not responding to incidents, is the support, training and equipping of volunteers, and in some cases career firefighters, and then in the operational context, we're assisting with higher order incident management expertise to volunteers on the ground.
What's the challenge like in coordinating or obtaining situational awareness across such an enormous expanse of regions?
It is significantly challenging. We use a range of different methods to get that information to turn it into intelligence. We use a number of remote satellite sensing sites, which are in use, I believe, in fire and emergency services in many parts of northern Australia. We use those quite extensively for some of those remote areas, certainly in the Kimberley and the eastern Pilbara, eastern Midwest Gascoyne there, and the eastern Goldfields Midlands. That is a pretty key part of our monitoring of events that occur out there. We have we've used a line scanner in a fixed wing line scanner in previous years, and hope to keep using that, which gives us that speed across the ground to be able to map incidents and the like and get that back. So that the intelligence can be improved. So it doesn't come without some challenges in terms of that distance, a lot of travelling time for our staff and volunteers to get to incidents, but also to provide that support. And I think it's worth noting that in the Kimberley, as an example, there are volunteer brigades, groups and units supported by DFS officers who are quite often, a day and a half away from support from other parts of the state.
And just another question on this, on these regions. How are the regions defined, or how are they? What's the criteria by which they've been designated? Are these particular geographic regions, or do they reflect the distribution of population or other factors? There's probably a little bit of all of that, Council. There's local government boundaries as well. We try and make sure we're not cutting local government areas in half. So they're quite well aligned to that. There's also the district or the district emergency management boundaries, which we're cognizant of. Certainly population, and you'll note in the bottom left-hand corner of the state, or the southwest of the state, the regions are much smaller. That's because the populations are much larger. There's a lot more town sites, and particularly down in the lower southwest and the southwest, significant tourism into that area. So you get a lot more people. As a result, we have a lot more volunteers in those areas and a lot more resources. I just want to get a sense of the emergency management framework's interactions with your neighbours. Does Western Australia have any formalised arrangements with South Australia and or Northern Territory? For example, we've heard other states have got cross-border operations managers, others have liaison committees. What does WA have, if any? No, we don't. Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. Do you do any planning or exercising together, for example, up in the Kimberleys with the Northern Territory, with Bushfire NT?
Look, I'd imagine that Kununurra, and look, I'm not fully across this, but I would imagine that Kununurra, given their proximity to the border, we've had fires in the past that have started in the Northern Territory and come over to WA and vice versa, and so I'd imagine there would be some joint effort, particularly with pastoralists and the like in those areas, but not so much in the south of the state. The Nullarbor is quite a distance from Kalgoorlie, the border, and quite a distance from the last town in South Australia.
Now, what I might just do is, I seem to have lost my reference. If you just excuse me one moment. Disappeared. That can be taken down, operator. I want to turn now to the scenario, but as we do that, to get a sense, the scenario is set in December 2020. And last week, the Australian the seasonal bushfire outlook for July 2020, so in the real world, was issued. That's RCN 900 065 0005. This should show on the screen for you, Commissioner. I'm going to ask the operator to show 0007, which is the regional summary for Western Australia. And that goes up just over the next part. Thank you, operator. Just get a sense from you. You do say in the response reference to having briefings from the Bureau of Meteorology. what does this information that's described in this regional outlook, what consequence or impact does this information have for your planning for the upcoming season?
So there's two areas identified in the Kimberley, and as I stated before, they're moving into their bushfire season up there. We move resources around the state, as you can imagine, to meet the bushfire risk. At this time of year, we move additional fire appliances into the Kimberley to supplement the existing fire appliances in those locations. And you may recall earlier I spoke about some of the challenges of the distances of the support that may be coming to those brigades and the DFS staff up there. So we that what we call the high season fleet is now being moved en masse into the Kimberley area to supplement the existing resources there in terms of fire trucks. And the Kimberley region and the Pilbara, in fact, all the regions undertake a Monday and a Thursday assessment of the risks that they're faced with, and all the way through to available staff and the like. That if needs be, we would supplement staff from the south of the state into the Kimberley to assist them. And so the outlook that's there, I think. There's always a little bit of a danger at looking just at the red dots on the map. There's the vast distances, vast amount of land and risk in the Kimberley, and so fires can occur anywhere at any time, and so we do take a whole of region approach, I guess, if I could call it that, rather than just targeting in on those specific red dots, which in the expanses of the north of Western Australia look quite small, but they're not.
And as you say, so you've described moving resources up into the north, and what's also made is some observations about the conditions in the southern half of Western Australia, identifying that there are still long-term soil moisture deficits which is increasing their relative flammability, but there isn't an identification of there being any above normal fire potential, at least at this stage, for the outlook period.
Yeah, that's right. And excuse me, it is our winter period, of course, here in the southern part of Western Australia. We would expect to get that rainfall, at least that is forecast. But it doesn't hide the fact that there has been a long-term trend downwards in terms of the amount of rainfall that's fallen in the southwest of Western Australia. As an observation, I would say we're seeing fire behaviour not all the time, but I think it's more often fire behaviour that is different from the past, if I could put it that way. Certainly, we're seeing fire activity at night during the bushfire season in the southwest part of the state that we didn't used to see. We don't see it every night, but I think those sorts of instances are occurring more often, and that points to the discussion in the paper there that points to the root zone soil moisture and the deficiencies over time from declining rainfall.
All right. Could we go now to the response, which is FES 504 001 0007. And we'll go to the answer to question 1. And operator, if you can please highlight the first 2 dot points. So the question was, how is the assessment made that the state's resources are about to be exhausted? You make the point in the first dot point that the assessment of the resourcing capacity and needs are identified through a standard structure which escalates from the incident level to the regional and state levels as required. Is that the incident escalation, that vertical arrow that we saw in that first diagram, Commissioner?
Well, it's separate to that, Council.
That's what I thought.
Perhaps it's the confusion of the use of the word escalate. What it's talking about there is that an incident will occur and there'll be certain resource requirements for that particular incident, no matter where it is, and then that will be determined at the incident level in terms of what they need for that. There's also a regional operations centre, so where it says regional there, that will have oversight of that incident and be able to support that incident with resourcing. And then the state will also have 24-hour-a-day oversight over the various incidents that are occurring in the state. And so there's a structure that's put into that in terms of a risk assessment for incidents that are going at any given time in the various regions around the state, and what the potential impacts on our resourcing capability are going to be in the forward period.
Now, the second dot point, we can see there 5 consideration and factors. The first 4 you've mentioned already in passing and would be familiar to the Royal Commission from other jurisdictions' evidence. But the last one, the time it will take for external resources to arrive from other jurisdictions or be provided by the Australian government. Now, that last dot point is then expanded in the next 4 dot points, if we could then have those shown, operator. Now, the first is one, size and distance. The second is the problem that because of the delay, it may mean that the need for the resource abates by the time it could arrive. The third is the regional variation, which you've also touched on, and the need to move around, or the ability to move around, local resources. And the last is the what's said to be the lack of defence assets. I'm going to come back to each of those in the course of some of the questions I have for you now. And what I wanted to do, the problem of distance. And I'm thinking here the distance from the eastern states where there might be a supplementation of resources for you. I might just start with aerial resources. That could be taken down, operator. I understand from your 22 May statement, which is FES 003 001 0006 _008. And that's reference 10, that during the last bushfire season, just then the second dot point, WA hired a large air tanker from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service to provide support during the level 3 Yanchep bushfire. It said there that while not utilised for this incident, it was used in the southwest for an incident escalating due to challenging weather conditions. Can I just get you to explain how that came to be? You didn't end up using it for that bushfire, but then for one that was escalating?
Sure. The situation with that was we were dealing with the Yanchep bushfire. It had been going for a number of days. It was in amongst. It was out on the west coast, north of Perth. It presented some challenges with the proximity of many small communities, and in addition to that, an area of unexploded ordnance, which prevented us getting into certain parts. And so there were a number of different strategies used over the course of the preceding days. And then we decided to look at some different strategies. The concern at that time was that the fire may well continue moving to the north, and there are a whole series of small communities that are up the coast, on the coast, that could be at risk. So we already had staff in New South Wales supporting the effort over there, both on the ground and in the National Resource Sharing Centre, and the discussion occurred, and the large air tanker that is owned by the New South Wales Rural Fire Service was provided to us. We got it here, and by that time, we'd managed to get the Yanchep bushfire to a point where we were comfortable with it. I think that one of the issues with the LATs are that there's not always a target for them. It may there's an expectation that you've got it there, so you're going to use it and just drop water on the fire. And clearly that's not the way it works. There needs to be a suitable target for it, and there wasn't at that time. And then we used it down the southwest at Collie for a subsequent incident that was burning in some inaccessible areas.
Was that hire done direct with through New South Wales Rural Fire Service, or did you use the brokering services of the National Aerial Firefighting Centre, of NAFC?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of the detail of that yet.
That's all right. And how far in advance did you need to hire it? Are you able to assist us on that?
Would we need to, or did we?
Or did you?
Did you say? Sorry. Look, I think from memory there was and look, I would have to confirm this, but from memory it was a day and a half, and then once they get here, there's some issues around the mixing for the retardant and also some rest period for the pilots.
I see. Chair, do you have any questions on this? No. Commissioner Bennett has a question.
You don't like aeroplanes.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that one. It was actually back a bit, because what you said was that unless you identify a need in the pre-planning process, it can take too long to get interstate assistance organised. But what's wrong with doing it in the pre-planning process, I guess? I mean, if that's the case and you know that it's going to be too difficult to get it at the last minute, and the time is late, why not make sure that there is a better pre-planning process where you can identify the likelihood either for interstate assistance or assistance from the Commonwealth, through the ADF? Why I don't understand why that.
Focusing on aerial.
You identified it yourself. Why that doesn't solve the problem? Not solve it, because obviously things aren't always able to be planned, but why that process isn't done on a rolling basis to try and plan in advance? I'd respond by saying I think we try very hard to do that. It's not, one of the problems we have is that those resources aren't always available. It's not like we can just, we can be absolutely certain that if we plan for getting something in 4 days that we're going to get it. And to be honest, I was quite surprised that we managed to get the large air tanker from the Royal Fire Service, given the challenges that they had, and I think it's an indication of the support that we provided through human resource to the East Coast that may have assisted that. If I was to talk to ADF. We get great service out of the ADF in terms of what's available here in Western Australia. We've had some fantastic accommodation arrangements in Esperance and other places, some great support just in the last season with communication support out at the Norseman fire. But that support from the ADF is not guaranteed, and I understand that. I understand that that they've got other priorities and they've got a clear role that's different to ours, and so I guess that's the bit we would like to explore further with the ADF, and I've certainly discussed it with the EMA already about that certainty to the extent that we can get it, Commissioner, that certain resources are going to be available, because those higher order resources that the ADF may have in Australia are not necessarily stationed in Western Australia. Now, I'm not complaining about that, and certainly not, and I understand. However, there is no guarantee that I'm going to get something in 3 or 4 days' time if I put it in my plan. No, I understand.
From the ADF, and I understand why.
Thank you very much. That explains the position. Thank you.
I'll come back to defence questions and ADF questions in a little while, and just focus back on aerial firefighting resources. If on FES 003 001 0008, and And can I have at 0004 to 0005? Now, this is the 8th of July response to an earlier notice to give. We were provided with additional information, and we thank you for that follow-up from Western Australia. Now, the question had been, this is in relation to aerial firefighting operator, reference 55, and over onto the next page. I'm interested in the reference on 0005, the first dot point. Western Australia does not currently have any permanent infrastructure in place ready to receive a large air tanker or a very large air tanker. And I think you made some point about needing to have some, there was some delay, not delay, there was...
Mixing.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. But you also then go on to say there is a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Defence establishing a base for LAT or VLAT operations from air bases such as RAF at Base Pearce. I'm just trying to understand, was that an existing MOU or was that established for the purposes of facilitating that that hire from New South Wales RFS?
No, it's my understanding that that's an existing MOU, but that doesn't provide you that mixing capability for the retardant. It's more about the use of the base, and they were, as they always are, very, very supportive to us in getting when we need to bring that LAT over.
All right, that can be taken down. Are there any proposals to boost aerial firefighting capability that might better assist WA going forward?
Look, there are some discussions within NAFSI at the moment, and perhaps within COSC and AFAC Council about the future of aerial firefighting, as well as some proposals that we put to the state government here in Western Australia. If I can make a point about aerial firefighting, I think it's incredibly expensive, and we here in WA, as I'm sure the other states and territories do, we move the aircraft around both fixed wing and rotary wing that we have on contract each year. We move those around to meet the risk, so they don't just stay at one airport and not move. If we've got significant weather down in Albany in the Great Southern, then we would supplement the resources down there with additional ones, and as events occur, we move them around. I think there's scope for us being the nation to do that on a nationwide basis, and quite often the weather patterns are such that we deal with significant fire weather here in Western Australia, and then it transitions its way through into South Australia, and we go into a cooling trend. And I know that sounds very simplistic, and it's certainly not, but there is scope to I guess get better usage, more 365 or 180 day usage out of these aircraft, just not confined within a state's borders.
We heard some evidence from, I think yesterday, from Tasmania that there was a strategy that I think addressed that scenario that you've just described, or those circumstances that you've described, that there's a strategy being developed and is going to a COSC meeting re this. Are you able to provide an update on the progression of that strategy?
No, the COSC meeting is happening as I'm sitting here, Council. So
you're not in the room where it happens.
It's a shame, isn't it? Look, I think the point, if I could make here, is that the proximity of the states on the east coast to each other is a real positive for them, and I think we've established with the various exhibits that you put up in terms of the size of Western Australia, and then Perth is right on the west coast, which makes us even further away from everybody else. Those distances do present their challenges, and so I accept that moving aircraft around and people wanting to have them there just in case they might need them, that may prove challenging to overcome.
No, quite. Now, Commissioner Clem, you mentioned, so I'll just put the topic of aerial resources to one side now. I want to focus on personnel deployments. You gave some evidence earlier about Western Australia providing personnel to the East Coast, and I think in one of your responses, which I'll just do for the record, which is your 22 May statement, FES 003 001 0006 at page 008, reference 10, the reference is made to 553 people from WA going to Queensland and Victoria during the last fire season. First, I wanted to get a sense: were there anyone coming across into WA from the East Coast, other than the those associated with the aerial deployments?
No, we didn't request any interstate assistance.
All right.
Other than what's referred to in that second dot point there.
All right. Now, in relation to the deploying personnel, were there any challenges, or what were the challenges in deploying those personnel to the eastern states?
We have a deployment register, so we're able to garner before the season starts have a reasonable picture of particularly from a volunteer point of view of who is available to be deployed either intrastate or interstate, and they have the ability to specify one or the other or both. And so from I guess from a DFES point of view, our systems to deploy those people, identify those people, and move them quickly into the East Coast can always be better, but we were reasonably comfortable with the way that we went about it, and certainly the experiences of the people that went, volunteers, and I've spoken to many of them. They were very appreciative of the opportunity and the learning opportunity that comes with going to other states. And so, from our internal point of view, I think the system worked quite well. It can certainly work better, and that will be worked on in the coming years. There were many and varied tasks done, and I think that's one of the challenges for the people that go, is that they don't often. They assume that they're going to go there and do firefighting, and then there was one team that went there and they essentially spent their 5 days doing anything but certainly contributing to a local community and helping them out, and they saw that as being incredibly satisfying in terms of their deployment. So there's that expectation management piece, I think, with the people that go that's really important.
Some of the evidence before the Royal Commission in responses from the Fire and Emergency Service is that WA has been experiencing a decline in emergency service volunteering, and that you have launched a volunteer sustainability strategy. I might just have shown FES 000, sorry, withdraw that, FES 003 001 0011. This was an attachment to your statement. You right with that, operator? FES 003 001 0011 underscore 0001. While that's coming up, if it's coming up, there we go. We've had a lot of evidence of from the eastern states. Well, some evidence from the eastern states of a rise in volunteering, particularly in the aftermath of the recent bushfires. This is a sustainability strategy. Could you just speak to that, and what are some of the challenges you're trying to overcome?
Yeah, so but like the East Coast, we experienced a surge in interest in volunteering after the events on the East Coast, but here in Western Australia. So that's been dampened somewhat by COVID and the various restrictions that were put in place, and the challenges around getting those people onboarded and then trained to a standard that allows them to then go and do the volunteering piece that they that they actually joined up to do, and so that's perhaps put a bit of a dampener on any sort of surge we might have seen as a result of those events. But what we're trying to rectify here is the turnover. I guess we have a reasonably stable number of volunteers. However, there's people that come in and come out. What we would say is too regularly, so they don't stay for long enough. The turnover is too great, and so this sustainability strategy is about making sure that we're meeting their expectations, or at least understanding why that turnover occurs. It's a bit more prevalent in some of the services than others, and that's got to do a little bit with where people live in the state. We are quite. There is a movement of people from rural areas out to the coast, and that certainly impacts on volunteering. We're seeing people in certain small towns in Western Australia. Many small towns in Western Australia are wearing 2, 3 and 4 hats. So they're volunteering for the fire service, they'll volunteer for St John's Ambulance and do something at the football club as well. So, we've got to be mindful of that, of understanding and making sure that we're streamlining things to suit the needs of the volunteer rather than the other way around. And I see that as one of the keys of sustaining those people as volunteers. And I think that's a different approach to saying we need 20,000 volunteers and we're going to keep that number at 20,000, because that actually hides the fact that some people will join and they'll leave in 6 months, and we want to stop that, because all that work's gone into that individual. So, yeah.
One of the things I noticed in the response to question 5 in the scenario, which was FES 504 001 0009, was that when an emergency situation declaration or a state of emergency declaration is made and is in place, that then triggers the volunteer employment protection provisions. How important are those protections in sustaining your volunteer numbers, particularly given the structure of your service does depend on these this regional and local volunteer groups?
Look, it's really important, particularly if that's what's occurring. It would be it would be one of the reasons why we might invoke that. We have various volunteer liaison officers. So when we're in an operational period and we have events occurring, we've got various regional operations centres and state operations centres running. We include volunteer liaison officers into those teams that run those centres, and those are the very things that we need that they're responsible for garnering from the ground, if you like, of exactly where those situations are occurring, and we can invoke the requirements through that Act. So there was much discussion about that, perhaps more broadly than employment protection, but in the season nationally about payments for volunteers and how that's structured. And we heard overwhelmingly and clearly from our volunteers. In fact, there was a meeting we had with all the associations and government to flesh that out with them, and overwhelmingly the message was they didn't want to be paid, but there was a further discussion they would like to have around compensation and how that might be structured. So it's early days on that, I think, but that's a national discussion I think is worthy of having.
With the deployment of personnel interstate, do those volunteer employment protection provisions apply to interstate deployments if there are volunteers that are part of that, say, strike team that's sent across? I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure of the legal ramifications of it being outside the state. Yeah. All right, we'll come back to you on that one. While we're there, there's quite a lot of detail in the material that's been provided in answer to notices to the Commission concerning issues about training and observations that are made by Western Australia on improvements that could be made to training and certification and exercises. I might just take the Commissioners to that topic, if I may. Just trying to think it was the quickest way to do it, having regard to the time. Perhaps I might just go to you first. What are some of the issues that you have identified in terms of consistency of standards and terminology in personnel in recent years?
So I assume you're talking across states, are you? Is that what you're talking
Indeed.
about?
Yes.
Yeah. I look at it. There's no doubt the feedback from our volunteers who went and career staff who went east in the last season. Things are different, and that doesn't mean that some of the many of the core skills are exactly the same. This bit of equipment might look different. The way you connect a hose might look different. And the pump panel of a fire truck might look different. So, invariably they're very good at improvising and working around that to make sure they're delivering what's required. But I think the broader issue, and there has been a lot of discussion about this over time, is a national standard, if you like, And I guess if I come to the national qualifications that are available in the fire and emergency services sector, and some of the challenges we have with that, with the compliance restrictions around being a registered training organisation and the time impost that is on volunteers who are already volunteering their time. I have a view that if people are going to volunteer their time, then the least we could do is give them a national qualification as a result of the volunteering that they're doing. And that's proving extremely difficult to do because of that time impost and the compliance arrangements around delivering that training to volunteers in our sector.
I'll just have I know Commissioner Bennett's particularly interested in this. Based on previous questions she's put to other witnesses, if I could just have FES 003 001 0006 at page 5 and 6. And what we can see here is quite a number of topics are captured in these dot points, but I'll just draw out some of them for the Commissioners. The first is the proposal that there be a national facility to deliver emergency management development, and we have heard other witnesses speak to that issue. But at the dot point at the bottom of the page that I'm interested in that goes across the page, national units of competency requires individual jurisdictions to contextualise the unit to their own operating environments while also working within the registered training organisation compliance requirements. That's a resource intensive and a significant updating as they change at the national level, and that complexity is impacting on the ability for you to provide training and is burdensome. I think that's what you were referring to, partly referring to earlier, that what you're trying to do is enable them have a nationally consistent standard of training and certification of that skill and training that they have received, but trying to then provide that in Western Australia is proving complex because of these complicated arrangements. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's probably further exacerbated by distance, Council. So as an example, and what we're referring to there is going to provide someone with a national unit of competency that leads to a national qualification at certificate level, then you're required to have someone with a certificate 4 in training and assessment. That certificate 4 in a training and assessment seems to change every 4 years or so, requiring that person to then go and redo the training again in some instances. And that's both an impost in terms of time for the volunteer, and we really do encourage volunteers to train volunteers, whereas that is something that they want to do. But also it can be costly because you're essentially doing the training that you'd already done some years previous.
Can I ask a question?
But it is a requirement of delivering that national unit of competency.
And I'll just make a reference, and then I think Commissioner Bennett has a question. That problem of a certified trainer requirement, so this is not just what's the course content and the difficulties in delivering that course content, but the question of who will deliver that course content for you. You need certified trainers, and that's identified as an inhibiting factor in training your volunteers in WA. That's at FES 003 001 0006 at page 18, reference 37. Now, the Commissioner has a question.
Yes, I'm trying to unpack this dot point, which actually has a lot in it, if I may say so, Commissioner, and very helpful. It seems to me that what you're saying is you would like to see a national accreditation for the reasons that you've said, which I understand include the time taken for volunteers, and that's a great idea. But that's not going to work unless there's a sufficient similarity of operating environments that means that that national training actually can be applied when they get into the different jurisdictions' operating requirements. Otherwise, all you're going to have, it would seem to me, is the lowest common denominator, which may not in turn be sufficient for then the individual operating environments. So they're going to have to do more training anyway. Is that part of the problem that you're referring to here?
Yes, I think we probably need to separate out, if you like, the national qualification requirements and the training that you need to do to get the various units of competency to be able to achieve that national qualification, be it a certificate 2, 3, 4, whatever it happens to be, from the specific procedures and equipment that might be used in one jurisdiction versus another. If I could, a good example of that is breathing apparatus. So there is a national qualification for wearing breathing apparatus. We may buy brand A here in Western Australia, and in South Australia they buy brand B. And those two breathing apparatus sets will provide the same level of protection for the person wearing it into a fire, but they operate slightly differently because they're a different brand, and those are the nuances, if you like, that exist between the different states and territories. And I don't necessarily see a way around that, Commissioner. But what I would like to see is a smoothing of the way, if you like, for us to be able to provide a certificate level qualification to volunteers with the least amount of impost to them, not to reduce the value of the training that's provided to them and the standard of it, but to recognise the fact that they are volunteers and take some of the compliance burden out of providing that qualification to them. I'd go further to say that we're an enterprise registered training organisation, which has slightly less compliance requirements than a registered training organisation. And I would go further to say that it's actually in our interests, and it is very much in the forefront of my mind about the safety of the people that we train. So I have a vested interest to make sure that the training I provide to our people, be they volunteer or career, is of the highest possible standard that I can possibly provide them. I see that as being different to the registered training organisation, significantly different. The registered training organisation that charges someone $3,000 or $4,000 for a certificate 4.
Well, that sorts that out. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Commissioner, I'll just have the next 2 dot points shown to you, because that may also provide some additional information to the Commissioner. You make a recommendation that the Commonwealth could support states through managing the expectations of emergency management jurisdictions with regards to requirements placed on them through their respective RTO standards. And I think this is just I think this is just a further point or elaboration of the point you've made. And I think in the next point, the level of certification gained by personnel at entry and the intermediate levels through the public safety training package is arguably too low and does not reflect the professionalisation required within the sector. Now, this seems to me to be a different point. Is that right? And if so, could you just expand on that?
Look, I think one leads to the other, Council.
All right.
I guess if I break it down to say that I think firefighters, be they volunteer or career, in my opinion, are predominantly seen as trades type people, and I'm arguing in this dot point, or putting the point forward, that I would like to professionalise that, because it's a difficult industry or sector that we're in, fire and emergency services, and I'm not convinced that the level of certification or training is commensurate with the complexity of the tasks that are undertaken.
I see. We might just show the next 3 dot points. This as we finish this topic, so that the commissioners can see it. So the next 3, which I think is just making some further points about including more targeted and specific training, which I think is a development of the point you've just made, and the last dot point there I wanted to ask about was, whilst the AFAC coordinated EMPS, could you just remind us what EMPS is short for?
The Emergency Management Professionalisation Scheme.
Yes. So whilst the AFAC coordinated EMPS will prove useful to improve the standardisation of emergency service personnel across Australia, there will remain a demand for a mix of professional expertise to complement the EMPS resources deployed to incidents across Australia. A national matrix of capability will be of use for agency and organisations to tailor their resource requests and resource deployments to meet the needs of the incident. So that's an additional concept that you've identified there. That is to identify the whole suite of skills and competencies and capabilities that those in the emergency management sector are required to have at different levels and doing different roles and functions. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, it is, and it does point to specialisation in certain areas. Working in the aerial area, for example, is an area where Australia's people are highly regarded overseas in terms of their abilities in managing aircraft in fire suppression. So that's an example of where we built on the expertise that we've got, and we've professionalised it to the point where we're regarded at a very high level. There's people that have a bent towards planning. There's people that have a bent towards logistics. There's people that have a bent towards intelligence, and it's providing those people the opportunities to be able to specialise into those areas, be recognised and be developed into the highest standard that they can possibly be in. And that to me encompasses the benefits of professionalising the various roles that we have in this industry.
The Bushfire Centre of Excellence in Western Australia, I understand, is being developed to deliver some related courses. If you could just give a short background to the establishment of that centre and to what extent role it might play in this national training objective.
Yeah, so this was part of the reforms that I undertook in 2017 and into 2018 after being appointed. I saw that as being a gap and something that we'd lost over time. We being the various fire and emergency service agencies across Australia, is having that college, if you like, that became that place where you went for the higher order training, face-to-face education, if you like, about the management of bushfire, and that goes to many parts of the management of bushfire. It goes to fire behaviour analysts, a really growing and important part of the management of bushfires, and it goes to incident management and land management. So the technical skills that go with holding a hose and putting fire out, a bushfire out, that certainly that training could be developed in that facility, and it is now. But that is something that we would see dispersed out and delivered in a face-to-face mode out in a decentralised fashion out in the various regions in Western Australia and Australia if they want it. But it was very much about creating a home for bushfire education here in Western Australia, and we're really excited about the facility hopefully being completed later in the year and being available for everyone to come and visit.
The quick ways to go back the page before, it actually refers to an earlier response, but I don't have that to hand. Operator, if you can go to 005, the fourth dot point from the bottom, you can see the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. It may be that this came up in earlier hearings and I just wasn't in that hearing. It's proposed a 3-year masterclass for planned burning, and that was an opportunity that's proposed in an earlier response by Western Australia. That is activity which is in the mitigation space. And is this part of the mitigation, the increased emphasis on, strategic emphasis on mitigation activity in Western Australia?
Yeah, yes, it is, but it has another part to it as well, which is the backburning operations that may occur during an incident. Mm-hmm. There's been a period of time, if I perhaps could just talk about Western Australia, there's a point, there's been a period of time now where the use of backburning as a strategy to manage bushfires has gone out of vogue because of the risks associated with it. And there's a view from bushfire practitioners here in Western Australia that skill has been lost and we need to get it back. Mm-hmm. And of course, with the move of the focus of DFES to the prevention mitigation space in bushfire is a great opportunity to leverage off that additional mitigation that we'll undertake. Of course, it's not all about burning. There's other methods of doing mitigation, but planned burning is certainly one of the key ones that we want to make sure that through the Centre of Excellence that we're reinstituting that capability and knowledge back into the way we manage bushfire.
All right. I don't have any further questions on that topic of training or the studies. All right. We can have that brought down, Operator. I've just got one more topic I need to deal with, Commissioner.
Commissioner just needs to turn the lights back on, I think. Or is it...
And maybe it's the glass of water.
Oh, it's the water, okay.
He doesn't have...
just give me a glass of water. I'm not leaving. Commissioner
Clem doesn't have 12 bottles of water across his desk.
No, as opposed to another state. Yeah. I hope there's hand sanitizer there.
Commissioner Clem, I just want to track back to some questions that were asked by Commissioner Bennett on defence assistance. And although I have a number of references, I might just summarise them. In the State Emergency Management Committee's 27 May response, it informed the Commission that Western Australia has not sought to activate ComDisPlan, but has sought support and received support for physical assistance generally under DAC arrangements. And you gave some evidence earlier on in answer to a question from the Commissioner that that Western Australia had experience of obtaining assistance from Defence by way of accommodation and communications, in particular in the most recent bushfire season. And you mentioned that you'd had some discussions with EMA. In your 22 May statement, you referred at reference 11 to the desirability of having some kind of comprehensive list of capability and capacity being provided by Defence, by the ADF and Defence to you, so that you have a better sense of what's available. Have you explored that with Defence and not just with EMA?
I have, probably for the last 8 to 9 months, there's been a number of discussions with EMA, and the times that we've had a liaison officer sent from EMA here to Western Australia when we've had events like cyclones, we get great service from that, and I'm really I'd like to stress the importance of that liaison officer position for coming and operating out of our state operations centre is a great. In the meantime, while we sort out this understanding of the various capabilities that exist in the ADF, the provision of that position out of EMA is fantastic in allowing us to understand exactly what's available and smoothing the waters, if you like, to getting that. More work to be done, though. I think the ADF has got a significant amount to offer foreign emergency services. Our experiences with them in terms of what's available here in Western Australia is always provided to the highest standard, and we're very happy with that. But we have seen more capabilities exist on the East Coast, and I understand why that is. What I don't necessarily understand is the breadth of them and understanding, as Commissioner Bennett stated, I think it was about the planning that goes into what we may need in 3, 4, 5 days' time. Is I don't know how, to the extent, arguably that I should, the extent to which the ADF can provide an effect into what we're trying to achieve from a strategic point of view.
So I understand, I'll just take this in a couple of steps. I understand there's a number of airfields that the ADF, amongst its ADF's resources in Curtin, Gingin?
Curtin, Learmonth.
Learmonth, so the chair's going to be able to say it faster than me, Pierce. The Pilbara Regiment and Karratha and the 13th Brigade by way of reserves.
Yeah.
Are you seeking to go beyond that in terms of understanding the capabilities? I mean, obviously those resources are at least present in WA. Is the issue more that the ADF assistance tends to focus on the outcome or the effect rather than saying, well, here's what we've got, pick from this menu, or is it some other issue?
No. Look, I think it's well understood. The effect-based nature of the way that ADF like those requests, and we're supportive of that. We don't have any issue with that. Rather than requesting a specific aircraft, you should tell them what exactly it is you're trying to achieve, and we're supportive of that. I guess it's I feel like we don't know what we don't know. So I did hear in earlier evidence talk of Black Hawks doing infrared mapping at night and the like, which is fantastic and what a great capability to have access to. I was unaware of that, and there's a number of other examples. I don't think that's anyone's fault. It's just I see a greater role for the ADF in the difficulties that we're facing for natural disasters, and why wouldn't you? There's some great capabilities there. It's just I just feel uncomfortable about the understanding of what you can actually access and what you can't.
Commissioner, that's. I think you've given the best answer you can, and just so you know, you're actually consistent with many other areas that we've had evidence from on understanding, not exactly, but understanding what is available in the process in a better manner, and your people being updated on that on an annual basis, just to make it a lot smoother. It makes it easier to plan if you know what's available. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
And indeed, Commissioner, you'll recall that there's a recommendation from the South Australian Independent Inquiry that there be twice annually briefings by ADF or Defence to share information as to its resource capability.
Yep.
All right, Commissioners, they're all the questions I had. I haven't dealt with the issue on in any further detail on Comdis plan, but I think those have been captured enough.
I think we've captured enough on that. I'm just want to go back to earlier on. We were talking about the system approach and lessons identified and lessons learned, and we talked about the current review is still in train because of COVID. I go back then to the 2018-2019 fire season. Was there an after-action review done then? And then can you just take us through what happened out of that review and how that was folded into lessons that were preparing the emergency and fire services for the 1920 season, please?
Yeah, we had a reasonably quiet season in 18-19. We do have SES volunteers who provide land search capability to police, and we reviewed a particular land search that occurred in the Stirling Ranges. I think it was either Stirlings or Parongarups in the Great Southern, which had some particular issues around the way that the search was conducted and the various equipment that was available to the volunteers. And so we've, as a result of that review, there's been the implementation of some different procedures around and support for the volunteers when they're in that sort of inhospitable environment.
Okay, so in implementing the recommendations out of that, do you have an area within your particular office or within DFES that's accountable for tracking implementation of lessons and the like, and making sure that they're implemented in a certain timeline that someone, I'm assuming you, dictate needs to be implemented by?
Yeah, so there's a lessons management area that has developed the lessons management framework, which I believe the Royal Commission has. It would be fair to say, Commissioner, there's more work to be done. I think in that space, particularly around the publishing of the various reviews that we do. Currently, the reviews exist on our internal portal. There's work currently going on to get that onto our volunteer hub so that those reviews are available to all and sundry to see. Some technical issues with that at the moment, but through that lessons management area, it's their responsibility to make sure that the recommendations that come out of that are allocated to parts of the business, be they operations or if it's a fleet matter or equipment matter, whatever it happens to be, to make sure that those various recommendations are being implemented.
Okay, thank you. And you can see it on the screen now. The team have brought up that particular area where you gave us information. So thank you for that, and thank you for pointing out.
Yeah, if we could just have that broadcast. So what's just been shown, Chair, is the extract from the State Emergency Management Policy, which is FES 005-001-0017 and we can see there's formal debriefs and post-operation reports. That's a workout of the lessons management framework.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's right. Just while we've got, if I may,
yes, please.
I've got that document up. So this State Emergency Management, this is policy. This is part of the strategic framework for emergency management in Western Australia, and there's a suite of documents that were referred to in part in the scenario response, and those documents have been made available to the Commission. If we could just go back to the page before, which is 038, what we can see in this document at 5.10 is that there is, it identifies as part of the policy a policy of seeking interstate assistance, and that goes over to the next page. Into 5.10.5 operator. and I can have shown to you, Commissioners, if you need, the document that sits under the policy, which is the plan, and then what sits under that is a procedure and
No, I'm happy
guidelines.
with
I'm not
that. I
going to
want to
take
keep
you
it
to
at the higher level.
No, but I think what I wanted to acknowledge to the commissioners is that this is one of the few states that acknowledges interstate assistance as part of its strategic framework and has it specified as an element of its emergency management structure in a
It's
formal
important to
way.
note, so I'm glad you actually brought that out. Yeah, okay. All right, no, and there's no more questions from the commissioners there.
All right. In those circumstances, I have no further questions for Commissioner Clem. There's nothing from parties with leave, I'm told. Might Commissioner Clem be excused? I think there's a potential he'll be asked to return and he can go to his meeting.
Commissioner Clem, thank you for joining us this afternoon, our time this morning, your time, and we appreciate you spending that time with us, and you may be excused. So thank you and good luck with the meeting this afternoon.
Oh, thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Doran, with that, I think we will adjourn until 14:30 Canberra time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 14:30.
Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Chair, could I just make a housekeeping announcement? On Wednesday, when I was introducing the multi-jurisdictional assistance arrangements theme for these 3 days of hearings, I identified that the issues of national coordination and accountability arrangements and the framework for the involvement of the Commonwealth would be further addressed in a third hearing block to be held in coming weeks. I can confirm that will be commenced on the 3rd of August, Monday 3 August. In addition, in the course of those hearings, we will address issues of national situational awareness and national decision making.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Glover.
Commissioners, this afternoon we will hear from senior emergency management officials from the Northern Territory. I call Commander David Proctor and Miss Colleen Bremner.
Commander Proctor, Ms Bremner, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate that very much.
Both witnesses will take an affirmation.
Commander Proctor, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms Bremner, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the Northern Territory's response to the scenario and questions the Commission posed appear in a witness statement by Commander Proctor dated the 13th of July 2020. Commander Proctor, can I just confirm that the contents of your witness statement are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. While the scenario the Commission posed is focused on bushfire, please feel free to answer questions having regard to other natural disasters the Territory faces, particularly tropical cyclones. I will ask questions of each of you, but please do feel free to contribute to the answer even if I haven't asked you in the first instance. And so just before turning to the issue of interstate assistance, I have two further preliminary questions for you. And the first concerns the latest seasonal bushfire outlook produced by the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC. Operator, can you please show RCN.900.065.0007 and enlarge the Northern Territory regional summary? Ms. Bremner, I just wanted to ask you, do you have regard to the seasonal outlook when considering the risk of bushfires in the Northern Territory?
Yes, I do.
And how does this seasonal outlook for this upcoming bushfire season compare with the one last season?
It's quite bland compared to last season, like a very normal season, one that I was delighted to see.
Thank you. And just for the Commissioner's assistance, I think it's the case that the Northern Territory is actually in its bushfire season at the moment. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. The last week of June was the beginning of the top end fire season. So that's about 70 kilometres north of Elliot in the Northern Territory, all the way up to the top end.
Thank you. And it's the case that you've already experienced bushfires this season.
That's correct, yeah.
But those fires have just been business as usual from your point of view.
Yeah, so we've had obviously quite a number of months of mitigation burns as well as wildfires, which, as you say, is business as usual.
Operator, that can be removed. The next preliminary matter concerns the Territory's emergency management frameworks more generally. And Commander Proctor, I might ask you to run through the Territory's arrangements for the assistance of the Commission, and I might get you to do that by reference to RCN.900.052.0009. And operator, since we are concerned with response, can you please enlarge the left-hand side of the page? Thank you. So, Commander Proctor, can you please describe the Territory's arrangements as depicted in this diagram, I think starting from the bottom and working your way up one by one, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So our local emergency committees in the Northern Territory are very much around our remote stations and remote communities. So, for example, communities like Maningrida, Papunya, Yuendamu and those locations have a local emergency committee, and the local emergency controller for those is the officer in charge of the relevant police station. So as part of that role, that committee is responsible for developing the community's all hazards plan, which covers a raft of various emergency management scenarios. And containing that, it may have sub-plans. Running up next to that in the Northern Territory is the regional controllers. So we have two regions now, Region 1 and Region 2. Region 1 is the Northern region and Region 2 is the Southern region. Both the Assistant Commissioner for Darwin is the Regional Controller for Region 1, and the Assistant Commissioner Southern Alice Springs is the Regional Controller for Region 2. Sitting above that, the Regional Emergency Committees, my apologies, are usually the major centres. So for Region 1, Darwin will have a emergency controller, a Regional Emergency Committee. For Northern, it would have a subcommittee, so Katherine and anything specific to Katherine would probably have a subcommittee or has a subcommittee that sits under that. That's mainly because of the geographical elements of the Northern Territory, because the Northern region can include the coastline all the way down to Katherine and inland as well. So, and then, as I said, Alice Springs has its Regional Emergency Committee as well. And then the Territory Emergency Controller is the Commissioner of Police.
Thank you. Who else sits on those local emergency committees and regional emergency committees?
So the local committees, depending on what is in that local community, are very much usually education, so all government services, so health, education, local emergency services representatives, the community, I don't think they're councils anymore, but community councils,
In the store.
Community stores. At a very local level, it's really those functions that keep the community rolling and business, I suppose. As you move to the more regional ones, again, key representatives from all of your government services such as education, health, police, fire, Northern Territory, bushfires, local councils, particularly in the Northern Territory, a lot of our Indigenous corporations and agencies, and that's the same at the local level. So, for example, in Maningrida, the Maningrida Council and agencies working for them would be part of that local emergency committee.
Thank you. Is this an all hazards approach to natural disasters?
Yeah, so the all hazards approach is very much our all hazards plan is a very generic plan, and then normally sitting under those, you will have specific sub plans for specific type of incidents. So obviously, bushfires, cyclones. More recently, of course, we've had to develop local pandemic plans in relation to COVID-19. So the all hazards plan is overarching and very flexible, but has in train some arrangements that are consistent across any emergency response.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you about your experience. So you mentioned one aspect of it with COVID that we'll get onto in a minute. But I understand you have been a regional controller and incident controller over many years. Your statement mentions that you were, that you co-led the response to Tropical Cyclone Lam. Are you just able to describe that incident and what sort of response the Territory undertook to that incident?
Yeah, of course. I've actually performed all of those roles throughout my career, but in relation to Tropical Cyclone Lam, so that was actually across two regions. It started in the northern and then moved across to the Darwin region at the time. So we had three regions in place at that particular time. We've now changed to two. So my role with Commander Bruce Porter was to provide a 24/7 regional controller for the northern region completely. So Cyclone Lam was primarily heading towards the community of Warrawee, which is an island community of about 500 persons. So part of our planning and response to that was actually risk assessments in relation to what the impact of that cyclone could be had it struck the community of Warrawee, and developing the trigger points around evacuation. And the decision at the end of the day was to actually evacuate the community of 500 persons prior to the cyclone impacting on the community. So in terms of our response, the initial response very much locally led in terms of evacuating the community, utilising resources of the Northern Territory. But then, of course, once we had evacuated the community and we moved into the recovery mode about repatriating those persons, we used ADF assistance to put accommodation back into the community whilst the community recovered from being evacuated and the impact of the cyclone.
Thank you.
That was for Gallowinky.
Yeah, for Gallowinky, yeah.
Thank you. Now, I also noticed from your statement that from March to June this year, you were seconded to the Territory Emergency Operations Centre as the incident controller for the Northern Territory's response to COVID-19. Can you please just describe what that role entailed?
Yeah, so look, the role initially was very much, I guess, coming in partway through the response around putting in measures to minimise COVID-19 entering the Territory, so the development of our border control points and working with agencies and how that would be resourced. At that time also we had the biosecurity zones within the Northern Territory, so that related to our vulnerable communities and certainly our Indigenous communities and how that would be managed. And then in the latter part, the development of plans for what I would call large-scale community transmission, whether that was in obviously Darwin or our remote communities, and what responses would that be and what those plans would take into account. So as part of that role, the Northern Territory sought assistance from the AFP and Australian Defence Force in terms of being able to staff and resource the border control points and the biosecurity checkpoints. More in terms of, I guess, human resources than actual capability. But certainly as we move to the development of plans in relation to mass community transmissions and what that would look like, ADF were very much on board in part of our planning as to what that escalation would look like, whether the numbers in communities would actually exhaust the Northern Territory's capability and how they could provide support to that.
Thank you. I just there was something in your answer that interested me, and that was the consideration you gave to vulnerable communities, including those remote communities. In a natural disaster sense, do you have specific plans that address vulnerable and remote communities?
I might use a practical example, I suppose, and that's the community of Daly River, which, as the regional controller for Katherine, I evacuated on a number of occasions, and it was the same in Warrawee. So part of our plans for that are working with Department of Health to identify who vulnerable persons are, whether it's by health, mental health, and they do, I guess, undertake a specific consideration of your planning, whether or not those people can remain in community or whether those people need to be evacuated, and also whether those people need to be at what stage of the evacuation, if you're going to undertake evacuation, that needs to occur, particularly if you're talking people who are extremely unwell and what medical treatment they may require. So it is part of the as part of your considerations in terms of the planning for your response to those communities.
Thank you. Ms. Bremner, I'll turn back to you now, and would you mind just describing for the Commission what the role of Bushfires NT is?
So Bushfires NT has we operate or administer the Bushfires Management Act. So that covers about 98% of the Northern Territory. So we have areas within the Act, sort of parts of the Act which define fire protection zones, and that is generally those areas which have a lot more assets. So they're usually outside of sort of major communities such as Darwin, where they have comes under the Fire and Emergency Act, which is actually under NT Fire and Rescue Service. So we Bushfires NT work with landholders to manage fire on their land. So under our Bushfires Management Act, the property owners are responsible for the fire on their land. And then when we go into obviously high fire danger periods, then we obviously put more controls in place.
And at the...
Does that answer?
Yes, thank you. That's a useful explanation of your organisation. I remarked at the start of your evidence that you were in your bushfire season, and you said it started in late June. When does it run until? The top end runs until December, and then we start looking at the fire weather conditions in Central Australia. So obviously similar to our neighbouring jurisdictions, Western Australia and Queensland, we have a sort of a top end season and then sort of further down. And Commander Proctor, this might be a question better directed to you, but when is the Northern Territory cyclone season?
They bought it earlier.
Yeah, it normally comes in probably around sort of October, November, and then can go anywhere from, we would like to say that it finishes in March, but normally it can be April through to May.
Yeah.
The latest that I can recall in my 34 years is probably May, where we've had sort of a cyclone where we've had to take preparatory actions.
Yeah, thank you. And so part of the reason why I asked that was to sort of highlight that you have the overlapping natural disaster seasons. So you have both, you're in your bushfire season at the same time you'll be in your cyclone season. Oh, sorry. Can see you both nodding along, but that doesn't get picked up on the transcript.
Yes.
So you'll need to verbalise. Thank you.
So, absolutely. So while there is planning going on for residents and locals to get ready for cyclones and clean up, we could still be in, obviously in September, where is the worst sort of fire weather conditions for us.
And I guess obviously when we think about the southern region, they don't have the issue of the cyclone preparation. So but theirs is very much focused around the fire region.
Or flooding.
Fire and flooding.
Oh, and apologies. I think I just mentioned before cyclones, but please do include flooding if relevant to your answer. Now, I want to move on to a different topic, and this is the issue of assistance. And your evidence this afternoon is probably going to be a little bit different to the evidence we have heard so far this week. And that is because the last time the Northern Territory received interstate assistance for a bushfire event was in 2011. And so we see that in your statement, Commander Proctor. So, operator, can you please bring up NES.501.001.0015 and please enlarge paragraphs 20 to 22. And we see there in the middle of the enlarged portion that the last time that the NT sought interstate assistance for a bushfire event was 2011. Can I just ask, and I'll start with you, Commander Proctor, but please both of you feel free to answer. Why is that?
Look, I couldn't tell you what the specific reason back in 2011 why the assistance was sought, but I think primarily across not just bushfires but even across emergency management, the reason why we probably go to defence is obviously we have a large defence footprint in the Northern Territory that is present. I think also it's the capacity of other jurisdictions to respond, depending on the nature of what the response is as well. I think from a Northern Territory perspective, if we're talking about very remote locations, it's one of the advantages of ADF is they have a capacity to sustain whatever resources they bring with them. If we look at other jurisdictions, then the onus is probably a bad word, but the capacity to then deploy a large number of people into some of our remote locations puts additional pressures and stresses on those very remote communities that have very limited capabilities to do that. So if I think about some of our remote communities, if we were required to drop 100 people in to assist that, you've then got to house those people, you've got to feed them, you've got to provide all those things. Whereas one of the advantages of the ADF support is very much that they have those capabilities sitting in the background for them if they need to do that. And very, very quickly, they are normally deployed with a capacity to sustain themselves for 14 days.
Yes, thank you. And we see there at 20 in the second sentence, it is more likely that the NT... apologies, I'll start that again. It is more likely in the NT that an approach will be made to the Australian government and specifically to defence than to another jurisdiction because defence personnel are already deployed in the NT. Just in that respect, you've already mentioned the physical presence. So there's the presence of an infantry brigade, one brigade at Robertson Barracks, then there are the RAF bases at Tyndall and Darwin, and also, of course, Norforce at Larrakia Barracks. Does the physical presence of defence in the territory mean your relationships and ability to call on that assistance assist the timeliness of that assistance?
Look, very much so. The local ADF senior officer here does have the capacity to deploy resources to assist. Obviously, then that still goes through the processes for requesting DAC assistance at a later time. But certainly in terms of an immediate response where there's loss of life or a potential loss of life or significant damage to property, the ADF local commander can make that call. They're also very much part of those committees that you talked about before. So our Region 1 committee, the local ADF senior officer is present on that. The commander of 1 brigade also sits on our TEMPSI, I believe. So we have quite a good relationship. My experience through COVID again is, in addition to requests made to higher levels of ADF, we also had that local support very early in the piece in terms of planning and other types of assistance. So I think that is, we do have a good relationship and we're quite familiar with those arrangements.
Thank you. I just want to ask you about the example of Tropical Cyclone Marcus that's referred to in paragraph 22 there. So my understanding is that's a tropical cyclone that was sort of considered the most severe to have hit Darwin since Tropical Cyclone Tracy. Can you please just expand on the assistance that the ADF was able to offer to the territory in that event?
So Marcus very much impacted on the community of Darwin. So there was significant damage, roads closed, hundreds and hundreds of trees fallen. So the ADF were very quickly able to provide local support again in the terms of human resource and I suppose I would call it non-technical stuff like chainsaws and the ability to clear roads and use stuff that they got on hand to bring the community back to to allow Darwin to move again. So again, it was beyond the capacity of Northern Territory Emergency Services, Northern Territory Police and Fire and Rescue and Bushfire. I mean, it was a whole of government response.
Yeah.
But I think that was the advantage of having the local brigade here. Noting, of course, they can only respond when they're not tasked to other ADF requirements, but it's a handy thing to have. Again, I suppose previous experience in locations like Katherine, again, we have on occasions had to use local resources from the RAF. And again, that's all predicated by the fact of what are their operations and their deployments.
And I just wanted to ask, in relation to this particular example of Tropical Cyclone Marcus, you explained there they provided assistance with evacuations and repatriation. Is this another example of that effect or outcome approach that you're able to utilise through defence, that you tell them there's an outcome you want to achieve and then they will utilise what assets they have available to them to achieve that effect
very
or
much.
outcome?
Very much. I mean, the DAC approach is very much, if I can put it in simple terms, we don't say we would like a Sikorsky helicopter. What we say is we've got a number of people in this location that might need to be evacuated, or we've got this issue, and then they can determine, first of all, whether they can assist at a local level or whether or not it actually needs to go up and be a DAC request. And then also how they can then go about, as you say, achieving that outcome with whatever resources they have and whether it fits within the requirements of a DAC request.
Thank you. When you're talking about the local level, you're talking about those lower level DAC Category 1 type tasks, is that right?
Yeah, very much. And also even with the deployments that don't fit under that by authorisation of the local ADF officer, it's still very much about what that is. And also when we talk about DAC requests, I must be really clear, I suppose, and say it's very much about demonstrating to when we make those requests that we have exhausted all of our local capabilities. So if I go back to when we talked about Cyclone Lam, as I said before, that the evacuation of that community was done using local charter aircraft and not, it would have been easy to try and ask ADF, but again, the requirement is to make sure that we've used all our local resources to effect that.
Thank you. And I just before we pass from Tropical Cyclone Marcus, I was going to ask, so once I take the reference to ComDis plan in that paragraph to mean that assistance that the ADF provided in that circumstance would have been a DAC Category 3 task?
Yes.
Thank you. I think we've probably touched on this already, but operator, can you please go 2 pages into the 2 pages along in the document to point 0018 and enlarge paragraphs 37 to 38.
And before we move on for DAC, we should also acknowledge for completeness and your welfare, there's a large Navy footprint in Darwin
Yes.
as well.
Of course, HMAS Coonawarra, present in Darwin. Thank you, Commissioner. I know that you said earlier, Commander Proctor, that Defence are involved in regional emergency management committees and operate in the operations centre and attend, and I think Commander 1 Brigade attends the Territory Emergency Management Council meetings. You also said that enables a fair amount of planning and incorporation of defence effects into the Territory's planning. Can you just give us an example or explain how that works in a practical sense?
Yeah, I suppose I'll use COVID-19 if I may. Certainly, I suppose, and the point about the Australian Navy is a good one. So, with COVID-19, we had defence assistance in planning around our southern pandemic plan. So Norforce officers who were stationed down there assisted our southern region IMT incident management team in the southern region in developing some of the southern region pandemic plans. In the northern half, we had 1 brigade. But as part of that too, and as part of the COVID response, we also had to develop some procedures in relation to international vessels and vessels coming in from overseas. So again, we had assistance from the Australian Navy, Australian Border Force, just in developing those plans, what that would look like and what resources we need. So I guess it is very much all agencies' contribution to some of those plans to make sure that we've got those things covered.
Thank you. Operator, can you please go over the page to point 0019 and enlarge paragraphs 42 and 43? What I thought was useful about paragraph 42 is it seems to describe in a very practical way the way that defence assistance rolls out, at least in the initial phase. Can you just describe what you mean in the third sentence when you say the incident controller will give clear guidance as to the tasks to be performed by assigning the defence commander a mission?
I suppose what I'm trying to say there is when we talk about the task performed, it's making sure that whatever we're asking ADF to do is within the requirements of a DAC request and not outside of that. I guess so. It's making them making whoever the ADF, whether it's Navy, Army or Air Force, is giving them a clear direction as to what it is that we see the issue is and how they may be able to achieve that.
Yes, thank you. And that's the point that's made, and you've touched upon it on a few occasions now in paragraph 43. I might move off the topic of defence assistance to the provision of interstate assistance by the Northern Territory to other jurisdictions. So perhaps for Ms Bremner, did the Territory provide assistance to other jurisdictions in the last bushfire season?
Sorry, I didn't hear. In the last last season?
Yes.
Yes, we did. It was a combined. Initially, the Northern Territory provided assistance to Queensland. They sent out a request. So Fire and Rescue Service provided some firefighters to that, and Bushfires NT provided a couple of staff to go in the incident management team, and it was led by an incident controller, who was
Chief Fire Officer, I think.
No, it was Tony Fuller.
Yes.
Was he commander or assistant?
Yeah, commander.
Yeah, Commander Fuller. Oversaw the NT contingent.
Thank you. And is that
And we also then proceeded to New South Wales also put out a request. Bushfires NT has an employee that has qualifications in air attack supervisor and airbase manager. So he has been sent to Victoria. He went to Victoria, but also we had personnel, volunteers and staff that joined in with fire and rescue to go to New South Wales on 3 occasions.
were those deployments organised through the National Resource Sharing Centre?
Correct. Yes. So I also sent a staff member to New South Wales to do some training for the National Resource Sharing Centre, but we ended up using her in a planning role in an IMT later, just to provide some assistance to boost the capacity of the NRSC.
Thank you. Are you? So I understand it that you are a member of COSC. Is that right?
Yes, the Executive Director of Fire and Rescue Service is also a member, but because Bushfires NT obviously covers 98% of the Northern Territory, and we also are the member for the National Aerial Firefighting Centre, and we have the contract for NAFSI for the fixed wing aircraft and a rotary wing. I also participate in those meetings.
Thank you. When apologies. I'll start again. With you on COSC and also the Executive Director of Fire and Rescue Northern Territory on COSC, do you have overlapping sort of roles or responsibilities?
I don't think so.
So you're there to represent the interest of Bushfires NT? So
because of the way COSC is set up, the Executive Director, Fire and Rescue, don't have the authority to task my staff. If it is under, if the emergency management arrangements were activated in the Northern Territory, then that responsibility would be passed up to the incident controller. But when we're not in emergency management arrangements, the tasking of Bushfires NT personnel and volunteers sits with me as the Executive Director.
Thank you. And so when tasks or requests for assistance come through NRSC, do they get passed to you through that process and you determine whether there's capacity from the point of view of your organisation to deploy personnel interstate?
There's obviously an assessment. So when the COSC meeting is called and the jurisdictions and the COSC members are on there and requests come through, obviously we have to ascertain our own capacity, while New South Wales and Queensland and Victoria, and well, actually most of Australia was going through the fire season. We still were obviously in a fire season ourselves, so we were very mindful of the fatigue of our staff and volunteers and the risk they continue to face.
When you consider personnel for deployments or even just management of your capability and resources, your volunteers in particular more generally, do you have regard to matters like fatigue management?
Absolutely. So we do, like most organisations, do have fatigue management plans, but also we were, as I said, our volunteers are similar to volunteers in other firefighting agencies across across Australia are usually attached to brigades where they live. So if they have been responding to fires for a majority of the year and trying to balance work and obviously family life, we're very cognizant on that. And obviously with the media and obviously what was coming out of New South Wales and Victoria, people were very keen to assist where they could. But, we had to balance up the risk and fatigue. And obviously the types of skills of the firefighters that the jurisdictions were asking for, that environment is quite different to the Northern Territory's environment. So we didn't want to send people into an area where, they were inexperienced in fighting fires in.
How do you make that assessment or that determination of whether the personnel who are putting their hand up for deployments have the right skills and expertise to go on the deployment?
Sometimes it depends on what the jurisdiction who is asking for assistance requests. In previous years, like if Tasmania has in the past through CCOSC requested arduous firefighters, in the Northern Territory we haven't had an assessment of our firefighters. We don't have any arduous assessments for firefighters. It's sort of outside of our arrangement, so we didn't provide anybody because it was a particular skill that they were wanting or a fitness assessment that they were asking for. That request was not the same for New South Wales.
Thank you. Commissioners, I think that has very comprehensively covered the issues the Northern Territory faces. I don't have any further questions.
I've only got one question, and it goes to the what happens after the season. Similarly, we asked Western Australia. Does Northern Territory have a formal review structure at the end of each season, noting a roll from a fire season into a cyclone season and the like? But do you have a formal after-action review at the end of a season or after a particular event?
Was that me? So after there is the after-action review is sort of something that we try to do after every fire, and they did do and say for the deployment we had an after-action review on some of the things that we could learn from and put in place for next time. And for the season we also sort of collectively have a look at how many fires. I think the last fire season just about collapsed, really, trying to get through it because it just seemed to go on for quite a long time. So when our season finished, we were coming up to Christmas and then we were providing support to New South Wales, so that kept us quite busy.
Okay.
But most events do have after-action reviews.
Okay, and they're internal reviews, or do those reviews are they then reported to government or to a higher level?
So normally what will happen is we'll undertake an internal after-action review. I'm just trying to think of a practical example of one we did at Daly River. And as a result of that, a report was provided to TEMSI. And just because of some of the issues that came out of that, we then also sought an external review. So some of the issues came out in relation to command and control. And one of the action items out of that was, I think you'll see in the statement of Blair O'Connor that has been given previously, one of the actions out of that was around introducing AIMS training. So we have our internal reviews, and if that highlights issues that can't be resolved internally or require that external oversight, that'll normally go up to TEMSI and we'll make recommendations and they'll be endorsed by TEMSI.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that, and I remember that from some of the earlier evidence as well. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question. As a small jurisdiction with a small taxpayer base, do you get assistance from the Commonwealth much to ensure that your response capacity is up to scratch?
So if I can come from a fire perspective, it's quite difficult. So the NAFSI arrangements are sort of co-funded anyway. So the Commonwealth obviously provides some funding into that. But one of the things we were looking at during 2019 was how much, obviously, the continuous response to fires, but because they are generally small fires, there was only probably 2 or 3 that went for 5 or 6 days. But we might have back-to-back fire weather, but it doesn't seem to trigger a lot of those arrangements under the natural disaster, the NDRA arrangements, because the triggers are, we need to lose public assets or, those types of things. So
I was more interested in. I was more interested in your combat agency capabilities. Do you get
Category A?
Yeah, not DRFA, just about assistance to ensure that the NT Fire Service has sufficient capability to fight the fires that it needs to in order to protect life and property.
There are. In previous years, there has been, depending on the Prime Minister of the day, might make some sort of resilience funding or, strategic fire break funding available along those, but there is nothing sort of in place for us to tap into otherwise. There are some previous disaster risk resilience funding, but that's not really for equipment. It might be for doing reviews, but no. There's nothing around a capability of assets.
I think from my experience, it's primarily been not so much for the combat agency as you refer to, but more in terms of mitigation. So I think we've used disaster resilience funding for things like cyclone shelters and the like. I don't think we've actually used it for, increasing the capability of the Northern Territory Fire and Rescue Service or bushfire councils. I think that's seen as being very much an NT government responsibility.
I was just interested. It was raised in the context of Tasmania. I just wondered, a similar situation with a relatively small population spread over a reasonably large area, small rate base, and you're obviously in a similar sort of situation. But thanks very much for your response, and nothing more from me. Thanks, Chair.
Gamba.
Nothing on Gamba.
Okay.
We've had a rolling interest in gamba grass amongst the Commission.
I've learned a lot, actually, about gamba grass. Anyway, we won't digress.
Colleen, if it's on gamba grass.
Oh, no, I don't want to go there. I don't know how you can call something 2 metres tall grass, but that's another...
Close to 4.
We're close to 4 metres. But anyway, no, we appreciate both of you joining us this afternoon. It is a Friday afternoon, and it's been a long 5 weeks for us. But you give us a unique... Always, the Northern Territory gives us a very unique perspective on disaster management and resilience, especially in small communities like Indigenous communities and the like. You have some very specific challenges, and we appreciate you being very forthright in your answers on how you handle all that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Might the witnesses be excused?
The witnesses may be excused, and thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, that concludes this block of hearings, and as Ms Hogan-Doran indicated earlier, the Commission will next sit on the 3rd of August.
Okay, it's been a long block of hearings, and so I would like to take the chance to publicly acknowledge everyone that makes this work, and so the admin and support team that are working outside on the floor tirelessly, many hours, and often those hours lead into over the weekend, so appreciate their support. The tech team here from Law and Order doing a fantastic job keeping this going, and the tech challenges are not easy. It's easy to sit here and point at things, but I know the work that goes on down the back is quite difficult, and Matt just here. So for that, and Ms Spies, for your tireless work over the last couple of months, and in particular this block of hearings. We appreciate it very, very much. We do hope to see you back here, though, for the next session, but we appreciate that you have to move back home for a brief period. So thank you, and to the rest of the team, thank them as well. So until the 3rd of August, the Commission is adjourned. Thank you.
All rise. Royal Commission has adjourned until